car has always been more than a machine. It connects people. It creates freedom. Today, that identity is being rewritten in code. Software is the force driving the future of mobility, a system that thinks, adapts, connects, and learns. From today's vehicle architectures empowering today's world-class cars, to scalable SDV platforms for the future. At Volkswagen Group, we are building the foundation. Intelligent, secure, evolving. The group's software stack. We bring automated driving safely to the road. We create seamless, personalized in-car experiences. With more than 45 million connected vehicles, we run the world's largest automotive cloud, turning cars into collective intelligence for smarter mobility. Our scalable driving platform transforms mechanical power into smart and adaptive motion. Automotive software for millions of drivers, for the people. Volkswagen Group, the global automotive tech driver.
Thank you. Good morning and a warm welcome to those of you here at the Automotive Software Summit in Munich and to those listening online, joining us online. I'm Kane Nagaki, industry editor at the Financial Times, covering global autos. We have a very busy agenda today. As you can see on the screens behind me, we will explore how the software is reshaping the car and crucially, how to ensure that innovation delivers safer roads, smarter journeys, and better driving experiences. Before we begin, just a quick reminder, at 11 o'clock today, there is a test of the emergency alert system in Germany. That will mean that during our session, your phones might start to alert, and you may hear some sirens alert in the hall where we are broadcasting from, but please don't panic. It's a drill. And another quick note for a digital audience watching from all over the world. You can send questions at any time via the Q&A panel on your screen. I'll bring them into the discussion where possible, so please do submit the questions. Okay, and then now to set the scene. I'm joined by three leaders at the heart of Europe's automotive transformation. Oliver Blume, Chief Executive of the Volkswagen Group. Peter Bosch, Chief Executive of CARIAD, please come to stage. Thank you for coming. Thank you. So we will also be joined in a few moments with Hildegard Müller, President of the VDA. But for now, Oliver and Peter, thank you for joining me today. And first of all, let's first of all discuss this historic transformation with your software strategy. So to kick off the discussion, Oliver, I think we should look into the past. You've previously described CARIAD as one of the biggest construction sites at Volkswagen. Can we look back and see what went wrong, and how have you addressed the problems at CARIAD?
Yeah, first of all, good morning to all of you, and another exciting day here at Volkswagen Group after yesterday's Technology and Battery Day. Today, the whole day, software and autonomous driving. And thanks for joining. It's a great pleasure to have you here, and so many of you. Yeah, that's true. CARIAD was one of the biggest construction sites of Volkswagen Group, and software is so crucial for the customer's decision to drive a car. And we didn't perform well, that's the truth. But we did our homework during the last 3 years. We did a complete reset of our software activities. Having made a huge restructuring, thanks Peter, at CARIAD. And at the meantime, we built our overall software strategy. And, our goal is, if you have seen it right now on the screen, being the automotive tech driver worldwide in the automotive industry. And their software has a huge meaning for this. Yeah, we think in automotive tech driver, like in sports and decathlon, there are a lot of disciplines from design, quality, driving abilities, but then also software, which is so important. And therefore, I'm happy that we did it. And today is a fantastic day to kick off the future.
Great. Oliver, I want to ask you a bit more about this. But before we go into the new strategy, Peter, Oliver mentioned about the major restructuring that you've done at CARIAD. Can you explain a bit more of what you have been doing at CARIAD and where your software efforts stand now after the restructuring that you've done?
I think many of you also in this room experienced it firsthand. We were delayed. Some of you as stakeholders know we were very expensive, also not always competitive. So we really came from the bottom and we had to learn it the hard way. And how do you solve such an existential problem? Only with an existential change. We changed all structures, all processes. We upskilled and elevated the team. We use a lot of new tools, including AI, and we started a whole new spirit in the team that includes all the brands, the whole group, to deliver software. In the end, success is measured by the product. And this is what we can see here on the IAA. Products are all on the market. They're winning tests. We were just elected as the most innovative car manufacturer, and software was a key contributor. And also products like our electric urban car family, they're full of innovations, and they're here to stay. I'm quite proud of that. I'm a bit relieved, and many of you who I see in this room as Caridians, as Volkswagen Group members, or as partners contributed to that, so a heartfelt thank you for that.
Okay, great. Thank you. I mean, now that we have discussed these past what we have done to fix the problems, I think I'd like to move on and talk about, where you're taking your software strategy from here. Oliver, can you discuss now what exactly is behind your new software strategy, and maybe explain about the concept of the global architecture as well?
As I mentioned before, today is an important day. After 3 years hard work to bringing everything in order and to build our global software strategy, we want to launch today our group software stack. And with this software stack, this is the kind of structure and organization, how we are driving the software in Volkswagen Group towards the future. And we have there 3 dimensions of architectures. That's our global architecture, still running, back on stage, on the top of the competition, and our global strategy we built in terms of the different ecosystems in the Western and in the Eastern world. And in the vertical, we have our technology stacks, what we do there. And this is cross-functional over all dimensions of the architectures. And entering in the architectures, the current global architectures we brought to life for the MEB platform, the 1.1. We have in very successful cars right now, like in the presented new urban electric car family, like the ID Polo, like the ID Cross, like the Skoda Epic, like the Cupra Raval.
Yes.
And then we have the 1.2 we are using in our PPE cars successfly, like the Audi Q6 e-tron, the Porsche Macan. And here on the IAA, for example, the presented Cayenne also has got this global software platform. And then we decided to go to the regions, separate Western and Eastern world, also in terms of regulations, but also in terms of partners and customer expectations in the different regions of the world. And we decided to partner with Xiaopeng in China, running quite well, and we will be in the market already in 26 with the first products. being able to build together with our joint venture a own Volkswagen electronic platform, the CEA, in China, and now with very customized products for the Chinese customers being in the market there, and with a product offenses up to 27 with 30 new products in the market to catch up in the BEV segment there. For the Western world, we decided to go for partnering with Rivian, great partner, together with RH Garage and the team, build this joint venture, and then building our new software-defined vehicle platform, zonal architectures there, speeding up the process, but owning at the end the IP for Volkswagen Group. And there we will be first in the market in 27, and one of the first products is the ID Everyone, which will have this zonal architecture for the Western world, and then we will scale it over all products from North America, over Europe to all the other regions of the world.
Great. I'd love to ask a bit more on the Rivian and the XPeng partnerships, but before we go into the details, Peter, can I also ask about the key technologies at CARIAD that underpin this new software strategy?
Yes, at Volkswagen Group, we looked what would be the core technologies. Yeah? What is most important for the customer? Where can we achieve synergies across the group? And which of those are evolving the most in the next years, for example, based on AI? And we came up with 4 technologies. One is our group driver stacks, which is ADAS technology. Already in China today, more than half of the drivers or half the people are willing to change their car brand if there's a better ADAS system. So that's the core technology, and ADAS is the core of our product, of the automobile. It's about driving, right? This is something we want to understand ourselves, and this is why this is one of the core technologies where in the Western world we are partnering with Robert Bosch. We're seeing that today with an own AI stack where we are writing the code. In China, we're doing that with Horizon Robotics. We will also see them on stage. So ADAS is super customer critical in the future, and we want to democratize it for the whole portfolio. The group experience stacks is what you experience in the car. Yeah? Many of us call it infotainment. And there's a survey of the Gen Z customers. Yeah? 2/3 of them see the car as their living room, and they want to have the same digital experience like at home. And if you see how AI infuses that in speech assistants, for example, also in our award-winning navigation that we're offering our app store, where more than 100 apps from Spotify to FC Bayern, for example, are available. This is the core technology that's also very synergetic. Our signature product there is our Android stack that is available or will come into all existing cars, and we also, in the future, will develop these technologies further. Very important is the third technology is cloud. There's almost not a single function in the car anymore that is not online. And it's also a scale game. We're a scale player. We have the largest digital online infrastructure in the world is operated by us, the group cloud. 45 million cars online, enabling these cars, but it's also a treasure of data. And we're making that data accessible for AI to use it for our development purposes, but also for customer benefit. And last but not least, it's motion. It's everything how a car drives. Chassis technology, for example, or propulsion technology. Number 2, purchase criteria. I think we have the best team in the world to bring physics and code together. And this is what we're using as a synergetic technology for the customer. And this is why we've selected these 4 technologies as part of the group software stack of our new software strategy.
Right. Now, I understand that Peter has just explained about these 4 areas where you want to focus on the key technologies. But I also want to ask, I mean, Oliver, you mentioned about your partnership with, Rivian in the West and then XPeng in the East. And, obviously the fierce competition in China. I mean, the industry is under pressure and every car maker is trying to cut costs. I think even after the explanation that both of you gave us, I think there is still a question, I think, as to people, listening today, why is there still a need for the in-house, software unit? What is it that this in-house development can bring that the other global partners that obviously you think will bring a lot of advancements to your strategy? I mean, what else does it bring, I guess, to the table for this having CARIAD?
For our ambition to be the automotive tech driver in the automotive industry globally, we have a clear strategy. We defined clearly what are our core competencies. And there, we are doing this our own. Then we think where are very professional partners around the world and where does it make sense to partner? Also competencies we can't do by our own. Then we go for a partnership. And then we have a third level where we think there are very professional companies outside from our group, and that's not directly our core competency. There we are working with our supply partners. And especially in terms of software, we came to this decision. For example, CARIAD will drive in the future all the cross-functional areas, like ADAS, as Peter mentioned, the infotainment, cloud, backend, and so on. And for our software-defined vehicle architectures, we decided to go for partners in the regions to hit better the customer expectations, but also to accelerate our processes and then build together a new software-defined vehicle architecture. And a good partnership always, it is always crucial that it is a win-win situation. And what we can mention right now in China, for example, the partnership with Xiaopeng is running so good and has speeded up the processes. The quality is great. And He Xiaopeng is, with his team, is such a great partner. We will expand this partnership. We have already announced. The same as Rivian. Yeah, I feel very positive working together with our Rivian colleagues. RJ this week is together with us. Wasim as well. And so we use these partnerships to be better, to be faster, to be more efficient, and then having for our customers, and that's our main orientation, a affordable offer, and then a great experience in our cars. Yeah, and everything together is a contribute to being the automotive tech driver.
I see. I understand the partnerships are there to make you were saying, to make your to make the company faster and better. Peter, I mean, at the IAA already, we're seeing many of these software-defined vehicles already that are being, marketed and being sold this year. As you also develop your technologies in-house as well, how confident are you about keeping up with the speed? I mean, because you have so many of these developments in this complex world.
Brilliant question from a very experienced tech and automotive journalist, because very often partnership decisions are done in the boardroom, and when you then come to the playground, to the operating ground, it doesn't work out. And I think we've seen many partnerships in our industries that in the end didn't work out. And the examples that we have here, they really do work. I'll give you the China example, where we took a license from Japan. Japan trained, carried people to understand the software, to code the software themselves. And today we've already written 15 million lines of code ourselves. And that team partnered then with a Volkswagen technology company who's doing the vehicle development to bring it into the car. And we decided that in the boardroom 2 years ago, less than 2 years ago. And the first cars will come into the showrooms end of this year already. So we've driven the cars. They work. They're amazing. And this is a really good example, and the proof is always in the pudding, or the proof, as we say, is in the product, that these partnerships do work, and these are role models, how we speed up technology development, even if you were lagging a bit behind, at reasonable cost, because if you have a partner, you only pay 50%, right?
Great. I love to keep asking questions, but we do have another wonderful guest. Here I'd like to bring Hildegard Müller, President of VDA, onto the stage. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining today.
Hello. Hello.
Thank you. So, as you've been listening, I mean, we've been talking about Volkswagen's global partnerships, but I'd love to ask you, Hildegard, I mean, is there a need for deeper collaboration within the European car ecosystem to compete against new rivals? I mean, we've been talking about the Chinese and the speed of their development. And what policy framework do you think is needed now?
Yeah. First, I think we can see, especially on this IAA Mobility in this year, that is two pieces of the medal. One is competition and the other is cooperation. And I think that's a kind of success, to collaborate where it's necessary, to bundle the initiatives, to be creative and so on, and to speed up sometimes with cooperations and so on. And otherwise, there is also competition. There's also needed to be also successful and innovative and so on. And though there's not black or white, so there are a lot of gray inside, and that leads mostly to success. And sure, it is very important to have a regulation framework that's open for new ideas for technologies. I mean, just a small example, when you drive autonomous, you have complete different streets if you drive in the US or if you drive here and if you drive in China. When you don't have the use cases, for example, here in Germany, you don't know that you need 1.5 meter in distance to a bicycle driver. So we need data collection. And we know that data protection is very important, but now it's the question, how important are the options and the possibilities from consumers? And there we need a modern and open framework from regulatory options. And that's also the cartel law and whatever is behind that.
Right. Oliver, did you want to jump in as well, since we do have the discussion with the European Commission on the regulatory framework? What would be ideal to make Europe more competitive?
I think for the electromobility is the future, and there we are very clear. And for me, we are talking a lot about ideologies, about regulations, and I think we should focus more on our main target. Yeah, and our main target is the decarbonization. That is one of the most important things for our community. And then we have to think how to get there. And in terms of electromobility, also to build the right framework conditions. No? Let us look to China. They don't have regulations in terms of electromobility, and they have the framework conditions. Great cars, affordable cars. They have a charging infrastructure, which works quite well. And they have a very low energy pricing.
Yes.
Yeah, and this is for me in the discussion on the European level important to think about how to get there with clear facts, what has to be done. The charging infrastructure right now on the highways is quite well. I traveled over 4,000 kilometers this holiday with an electric car, and it works. But now to go into the ramp up, we need also to get people living in the big cities, living in the regions. Yeah, and there we have to build the charging infrastructure for people who are not able to have their own charging station at home. That has to be done. Energy pricing. Now, look at China. There we have 2-3 cents per kilowatt hour. We are by far higher in Europe. And the customers, that's very clear. They're calculating. Well, what consumption do I have? Is a combustion engine car better than an electric car? And there we need a policy to drop the costs down and to make it more efficient to drive an electric car. One motivation. We have to think about what we can do on the fuel level with a fossil fuels to mix them with synthetic fuels. And this is a measure where I have the decarbonization right now. I don't have to wait up to 2030, 2035. Everything you can mix, and that's a great ability for the synthetic fuels, being able to mix. But we need investors to have more volume. And the argument to produce the synthetic fuels that you need more energy is correct. But when you produce them in regions of the world where you have unlimited renewable energies, this argument doesn't count anymore. And therefore, for example, with Porsche, we are driving a pilot plant in Chile with wind energy. It's working quite well, but we need investors to scale. Yeah? And on the other side, and that's what we can see already in China, hybrids. Hybrids also play a role, and or combining with electromobility, the range extenders, making easier to enter in the electric segment. And so we have to think about how to speed up decarbonization. Yeah? And this will be important. And on the other side, Hildegard Müller, we're discussing this on the German level, but also tomorrow at the European level, in terms of regulations. For me, it's important to do regulatory reality checks. Because the ramp-up of electromobility not only depends on the automotive industry, bringing the right cars to the streets, everything what we can see here on this IAA event are great cars. But with the framework conditions, we will have the ramp-up. And with this reality checks, we see what is realistic when we put our CO2 targets. Yeah? And so I think as automotive industry, we need more flexibility. It's unrealistic to have already 100% electric cars in 35. And therefore, we have to come from the side, what is our main target? And that's decarbonization.
Thank you. Obviously, we'll have more of the outcome from the discussions later this week. But Peter, I mean, IAA has been dominated by these discussions on the internal combustion engine, the regulation, what's going to happen on that, and the EV revolution. But how is this driving software development?
I think the regulatory things need to be done. On the software side, we are done. Yeah? The electric cars are super competitive in terms of range, in terms of all customer functionalities. We see it not only here at the Volkswagen Group, we see it all over the IAA. And also our combustion cars, like look at the Audi Q5. It has really the latest, most competitive, exciting software in it, and it's a great combustion car. I would love to talk, and this is probably a pledge for the next IAA, I would love to talk about artificial intelligence. This is the next revolution which is happening right now. It changes totally how software is developed and how a car is developed, and we will talk about this later today. It changes totally the interaction of our customers, the drivers and the passengers with the car, and it changes totally how the car drives. ADAS systems with AI are a total different thing compared to what we're used to, and we will also talk about this today. So the AI revolution is going on. We aim to lead it in automotive, and since I'm an ecosystem thinker, we aim to lead it as an automotive ecosystem in the automotive industry and within Europe. And this is the thing I think we should focus after solving the combustion versus EV question.
Great. Hildegard, I'd like to ask a bit more about Europe. So Europe's traditional strengths has been safety and quality and hardware. But as Peter was talking about this next chapter of AI, I mean, do these strengths matter to today's consumers and in this new software era?
First of all, I really want to underline what Oliver said. We have to lead by goals, not by regulation. And Brussels thinks leading by regulation brings you nearer to the goals. When we had the fleet targets in 2019, we lived in a complete other world. We have geopolitical threats, raw materials, energy. Oh,
no? There's this.
So digitalization is working in Germany, right?
Please don't panic.
Wenn es piepst und auch wenn es nicht piepst. If you have no signal, you have to be in fear.
Just a few more minutes and we'll have our stage back. Okay.
I think we can continue.
Yes. Okay. I think it's okay now. I'm sorry, Hildegard.
So once again, I think leading by the goal and we want to reach goals. We don't want to reach regulation. And the regulation concept they have that blocks itself. For example, as mentioned, we have in Europe 120 cars, fully electric and so on. So there are options for every consumer. But when the people not feel comfortable with other options, with charging infrastructure and so on, then they won't change their actions. And we only come to forbid things. Then the people say they don't convince me with new technologies, they want to force me. We have this with heating pumps and other reasons also in Germany, so that's a complete different way. And I think also the European Union and also the German government have to do the homework to make Europe as competitive as possible, to have also a power in the question of what is the digital revolution of the future. Do we want to have impact as Europe, or do we just want to say, okay, that is the US doing, that is China doing? So we have to build new alliances. We have to be on top on research. We have to be on top of artificial intelligence. And whatever is this, the creative potential is here. You can see it pretty much here on the IAA Mobility. And if this openness comes, it also leads us to economic prosperity. And with economic prosperity, we have unemployment rates that are low. And without having a balanced system, my fear is that the protection of the climate will fail. So it's all together. It's not only the automakers have to build cars. It's a whole framework, and everything has to be done must make us as competitive as possible in this world.
Right. Hildegard, are you optimistic about the direction of the discussions now? I mean, what do you expect? Oh, sorry.
It's a bit... I
mean, it seems like
I have more hopes in the strategic dialogue that is tomorrow.
Yes.
The expectations in the economy, in the companies, is that we are very fast in everything. Speed up in electromobility, speed up in digitization, and whatever. The state and the decision process is not as fast as we need, as what is now necessary. We can be much faster. You told, Oliver, about the review process. I mean, if you have a complex project like this, you really have to see where are your key points, what's your KPIs, you have to measure it, and then you have to say, what can we do to reach the KPIs and so on. They are flying blind at the moment in the European Union, and so we need this openness to do as fast as possible the review process. I talked also to commissioners this week. That's our clear expectation for tomorrow. To say we have to come down with regulation, open with options to reach the goals, and the second is really have an open review process and then act. And speed is very important. We invest in the next 4 years as German automotive industry only 320 billion euros in research, in drivetrains, in digitization and so on, plus 220 billions in rebuilding plants and so on. We have 4 years for the investments of the future when the decision process in the European Union is so slow like it is at the moment. And we won't succeed here. I mean, German automakers will succeed in the world, but I also want them to succeed here in Germany, to have also employment and employers in Europe and so on. And so they have to speed up like they want from us to speed up.
Right. Speaking of speed, as Hildegard was telling us, I mean, it is a key source of competitiveness now, how fast you can be. I mean, Oliver, how do you keep a company like Volkswagen with so many brands? It's a massive organization. I mean, how do you keep a company like that agile and keep up with the pace of this competition driven by the Chinese and other new technology players?
It's a very important question and always a challenge for us to be quick enough to get speed. But on the other side, we have huge opportunities. Sometimes it takes a bit longer to prepare and take the right strategic decisions, because we don't have to think only for one brand when we take a decision. We have to think over platforms and over brands and products. And that's sometimes complex to define all the needs we have. On the other side, once taken a decision, we are getting a tremendous speed, because in terms of software, when we have it ready, we can copy. As I mentioned before, over all segments, the fantastic products we have behind, that's only possible that we are able to copy and to scale. And there, I think that's the big strength of Volkswagen Group, now having defined a clear software strategy, having brought in order the operational issues, then having the right level of technology now to scale. And Volkswagen has ever been a platform champion. And we are coming to a great cost positioning, being able to scale. We are selling around 9 million cars a year over all segments. And then using the software from this group software stack for all our brands, and with having the opportunity with the open source software to adapt this software for the customer needs and for the needs in the different segments. And that's the opportunity we have opened now with this group software stack.
I see. Peter, I'd love to ask you as well. I think perhaps one of the reasons in the past with CARIAD's problems could have been that maybe not everyone was aligned with the strategy. But as Oliver said, now that the group has outline this new software strategy, do you feel that everyone is now feeling the same sense of urgency and pacing the same direction to bring this speed that we've been talking about?
I think, as Oliver said, one of the strengths of the Volkswagen Group is once we've set direction, we're all pulling in that direction. And it's an amazing feeling to, on the one hand, have the agility of a tech company and the spirit of a tech company, but the superpowers of a large group. And all the great products we see here are a testament of the collaboration of Audi, Volkswagen, the brand group core brands like Skoda and Cupra, and all of our technology partners who are not traditional suppliers anymore, where we send a spec sheet and 2 years later we get a silver box, but it's collaborating with them together on the code in the same repository and driving CARIAD brands and partners into technology leadership. This is the name of our game. It's tough. As in technology, you also fail sometimes, and then you go again. This is a normal technology process. You only need to stop early enough. And I think this is what we've learned very well, and this is why we aim to lead again in technology as Volkswagen and also as German automotive industry.
Great. We have about 5 minutes left, so let's open up to Q&A. Let's start off with the live audience. Does anyone have any questions for our 3 speakers? Don't be shy. Great.
Regarding strategy, what is number 2 in the world regarding software strategy?
I think you're referring to my point that the number 2 purchase criteria is how the car drives. Number 1 is cost, by the way, in all markets. Yeah? Cost of operations and cost of purchasing for the whole product. And this is, by the way, also a key element. We didn't mention that too strongly today. A key element of our group software strategy. Having development costs only once and scaling them over 9 million vehicles and using a hardware component in that stack, like a sensor, in high numbers, is a structural cost advantage that can be copied by no one. And this cost advantage we want to own.
Okay, can we have the third row?
Okay, thank you very much for your nice presentation on talk. I have 2 remarks. One is, as you mentioned, AI will be very important. With AI, the future is AI in car automotive. Do you think, right now I have the feeling we are behind all of them. ADAS is one of the very important functionality within the car, where the car will be able to perceive the environment, predict and plan, and to control them. What do you think, what is needed in order to implement that very fast? As far as I know, we are behind all of the country, likely. China, I was very often in China. I saw them, what they are doing. They have huge infrastructure where they are collecting data, building model, training their system with them. I have the feeling we are behind all of them. What's your plan in order to bring speed up in your activity and to reach the goal to implement a software stack which allowed you to deploy that in your vehicles, where your vehicle can behave like a human, that means drive full autonomously. You mentioned you are right now going to cooperate with the Chinese, with the Chinese company, where they are in belong with small software stack. And do you think it is a strategy?
Maybe we can share the answer, Peter. You can talk about how to speed up the processes, and maybe I can give you an example what we are doing right now with our Moya approach, and where we can see already how to speed up.
Yeah. So, how to speed up with AI and how to also be in control of AI. There are 2 elements. There are great AI models that do exist. We are partnering a lot with OpenAI and use also ChatGPT in our cars. use them, implement them smartly, and stay in control how they work. This is what we're doing, for example, in all the interior experience, and we will hear later about that in the panel with Sajjad Khan. There's a deeper tech layer that we're also approaching. This is creating our own AI for ADAS. Here it's about safety, here it's about security. We want to in detail understand how AI works. That's what we're doing with Robert Bosch in our Automated Driving Alliance. And this is a core competency that we need to own, where hundreds of engineers are really creating that AI. They cannot call anyone anymore if they question. They do it themselves. And this is where we are quite well on track with the best. Yeah? So we aspire to be on eye level with the best globally on that ADAS AI. And this is a competency that will also define the future of the automotive industry to be able to do that for the core technology of the product for driving.
Mm-hmm. And adding the aspect of autonomous driving, some weeks ago we presented our first serial car for complete autonomous driverless driving with the ID. Buzz, Moya, and Mobileye approach. And there, AI play a crucial role, being able to speed up, and in terms of software development, but also in terms of software testing. And before you needed to drive millions of kilometers by your own, and now by the simulation of artificial intelligence, we are much quicker to test the software, to make it safer, with our ambition to be much better than a human driver. And what we have here on our booth is to show what opportunities in terms of safety is offering artificial intelligence, to have different driving situations where artificial intelligence are working quite safer than older systems or the human driver. And that is so important for us, not offering a solution for the 30s. We are very close as the first and only European car maker having this complete system in one hand, the technology, a stunning product like the ID. Buzz, the operator platform, and also the platform for our customers, which also work with artificial intelligence for calculating what could be the need of the customer and learning from the customer. And so this is one very practical example where we are speeding up to world-class level.
Hildegard, maybe I can just add, talking about the autonomous vehicles, you can see that the regulations in Europe are quite tight, and we don't see as many autonomous vehicles as we see in China or the US. Do you feel that the European car industry would be at a disadvantage because of this regulatory framework that we're seeing in Europe?
Yeah, I think now is the time to get the power on the street. We have model regions and so on, and really appreciate that the new Minister of Traffic and so on here in Germany had directly after he came into this job said we need now everything to have deregulation here, to bring it on the streets, and from Germany we want to bring it also to Europe, and we had good talks with the Commission that it's now needed to be as quick as possible. The competence is here and we want to bring it on the streets.
Great. I'd love to keep asking questions, but I think we're out of time. I'm so sorry. we have another we can ask later in the sessions. So thank you so much for a great session to kick off our day. Please give the thanks to Oliver.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you so much.
Hildegard. Thank you so much. So as our three speakers leave the stage, I would like to introduce the next session. Thank you so much. Our next conversation tackles a fundamental question. Does a single global operating system still make sense? Or with the world being as complex as it is now, is a modular region-responsive playbook the smarter path? We'll look at the trade-offs between scale and differentiation, with what partnerships can and cannot solve. So let's please welcome the panelists to the stage. Thomas Günther. Can we bring in Thomas Günther, Chief Launch Officer at CARIAD? And then can we have Beatrix Keim, Director at Center Automotive? Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. And can we have Beatrix? time, Director at Center Automotive Research. Thanks so much, Bea. And then can we also have Werner Tietz, Chief Technology Officer at Volkswagen. Thank you.
Hi.
And then finally, can we have Wasim Ben Said at co-CEO of Rivian and Volkswagen Group. Thank you for joining. Great. Just a quick reminder for the digital audience, please keep your questions coming, so via the Q&A panel, and I'll bring a few towards the end of the panel. Thank you so much. Please sit down. Great. So thank you so much for joining. Let's kick off the discussion maybe with Werner. So as the industry shifts to these software-defined vehicles, companies will be pursuing, I think the idea is that companies will be pursuing a single global architecture to underpin its next generation of cars. And can we start off, first of all, I think, to explain what this global architecture is? And for a company as broad as Volkswagen, is it even realistic to pursue this kind of a single global architecture?
I think the time of a car that is fulfilling the one-fits-all approach is over. So we need to adapt to the customer needs. If you look around the world, the customer requirements are completely different. If you compare China to India, to the US, or to Europe, or even if you look how customers are acting inside Europe. I mean, I'm moving around in Europe at a lot of spaces, so UK, Spain, and Germany, and also the customer behavior there is completely different. Customer requirements are different. So we need to adapt to that. So the one-fit-all is over. And the other thing is that globally we see different regulations. We are restricted, for example, on the hardware side and also on the software side, everything which is related to data coming from China to the US and vice versa. And we are also seeing, in the case of autonomous driving, we see increasing regulation because of accidents happening with autonomous vehicles. So things are changing, and we need to adapt to the requirements in the regions.
It's a very strong conclusion that you made there. Bea, maybe I ask your opinion as well. Do you agree? You've lived in China as well and seen right in front of your eyes a transition that's happening in China. Obviously, consumers have very different expectations for software in different parts of the world. Do you agree with the conclusion that the age of this, single architecture is over?
Absolutely. It's not only about the design of the cars, but it's the usage of the cars. While, of course, in Europe, in America, we have a very old car use culture, culture overall. In China, it's a very digital society. Starts already that the car customers, in comparison, depending on the segment you're talking to, they are 15 to 20 years younger, especially nowadays. Yes. A lot of very young car customers coming in, even first-time buyers. You still have a ratio of roughly 50% in China of first-time buyers, very, very young. So, and they in China, for example, I lived in China quite a long time. At any point of time, you only go out of the house with your phone, as a woman perhaps with a lipstick, but you don't need anything else. You do everything on your phone with the apps, mainly with WeChat, Ali, and so on. And this is now expected to go into the cars as well. This is why all these the other car manufacturers are developing their own operating system, and then, of course, like Xiaomi or Huawei, they are very much integrated with their phone systems. And this is an advantage for them, but then you need to come after. And this is, of course, then again, a very different use, very convenience-driven, different to here in Europe, where I'd say, yes, of course, we like convenience as well, but we are not digital dinosaurs, but we are not as digital as the Chinese.
Right. I mean, that does make it obviously very complicated as well. But maybe I'd like to ask about Rivian's strategy here. Wasim, I mean, isn't it your ambition, though, that you would be creating sort of the single software architecture that can be rolled out? Obviously, you're focused now in North America, but you'd want this to go globally. So how do you agree with what we've been discussing now and whether, things can be global?
At Rivian, we built a software stack from a clean sheet approach from the ground up. And we really, since day one, wanted that stack to be modular and scalable. And I think the fantastic opportunity that we now have with the incredible scale of the VW Group is to take that stack and scale it across a broad set of products in a broad portfolio of form factors, from premium cars to mass market cars. I mean, you see this beautiful car here, the ID.1. This is the first embodiment of that partnership. This is a project which is very dear to my heart because through that technology innovation, we're able actually to bring the cost down from a hardware standpoint.
Yes.
This car will have an architecture with one single zonal. And then at the same time, we're able to reuse that software stack and those features to bring a technology-rich content to users with an affordable car. So fantastic opportunity with this scale now that is possible through that partnership.
Can I ask one just additional question to you, though? So, but if you are able to successfully scale your technologies through this Volkswagen partnership, and other car makers are interested in, your software as well, do you even need to sell cars at Rivian?
I mean, this is the end state opportunity that we have, which is really in a world where technology and software is now defining the cars, defining the entire development life cycle. We really believe that what we're building together with the VW Group can become a reference technology platform for the entire industry, not just for Rivian and VW.
Right. Okay. Thomas, we've been talking about Rivian's partnership with Volkswagen. I mean, how do you differentiate between this partnership and what CARIAD is doing in terms of developing a global software that can also be, rolled out across different regions and brands, across the different brands? Well, let's stop here because I want to ask an additional question, but one by one.
Yeah. That's exactly the reason why we actually designed our Volkswagen Group software stack in the way we did it. Yeah? And as Olli and Peter introduced it a couple of minutes ago. So, yes, for sure, this is built to serve our customer demands, with technology, yes, but also on a second step, it's for us a structure to really have an organization across the huge VW Group, who is accountable for what, who is responsible for what, and the collaboration. Yeah? It serves the collaboration. So just to give you an example, Wasim and his team in the Rivian Volkswagen technology joint venture is providing the next generation of an E&E architecture.
Right.
We, from our side, we're providing across different products. So taking an example, our new ADAS product with the latest and greatest safety and assistant and autonomous driving capabilities, that will be delivered and deployed also on his stack. So therefore is this matrix, we have technology that serves the customer needs. We're trying to build them as synergetic as possible. We deploy them, but we also have clear responsibility who's doing what.
I see. I mean, you've talked about how the technology collaborations go between Rivian and CARIAD as well, but it does seem very complicated. So how do you get, all the brands to work together on a common software backbone in this massive organization? I think this relates to the discussion that we were having in the opening panel about what was initially maybe it didn't go well at CARIAD, but how is it going now? Aligning all the brands to work together on this common strategy.
Much better. It works much better, yeah, because it's clearly structured and organized. And first of all, we have to think about the customer. At the end of the day, the customer journey, the experience, and the benefits. That is what is first of all to consider. And then we derive from that, how much synergies can we create, and we have design criteria for that. So first of all, we think about a fundamental layer, where all the common technologies and software functions are actually contained. And above of that, we're trying then to have a layer that is adaptable to our brand experience and the brand DNAs, but also serves customers in different regions and different markets, so we can tailor them as well.
I see. Interesting. Werner, how do you actually make the decisions on, we've talked so much about these collaborations, but how do you make the decisions on what stays in-house and then what, what you outsource?
I think it was already mentioned in the panel before by Olli Bloom and Peter Bosch somehow. The important thing is everything which is around customer data, we want to keep our hands on. That's the first thing. And secondly, the VW Group has a strong history in driving dynamics, as an example, and everything which is around driving dynamics with our performance we have on our cars. I mean, we have in our portfolio also Porsche and Lamborghini, so we are standing for driving dynamics. This is something we need to transfer also in the stacks with Rivian, but also in the Eastern world, what we do with China, because it's our core competence. And the third pillar was already mentioned is the ADAS solution. We are striving also with artificial intelligence, and we are building up there. So these are our core competences, and with the other topics we can build on what we find on the market.
Let's say. B, I mean, where do you see all of these partnerships going? I mean, obviously in China, most of these OEMs, Western OEMs, are partnering with their Chinese OEMs. But if, at the end of the day, do you think there will be a challenge of differentiation between the different brands as everybody basically partners with each other within this automotive industry?
I guess in the final end, that is adding to overall traffic security. That's the overall goal, why this is done, to have a very safe traffic, to avoid horrible accidents, small accidents. And in this case, I think that's the final nice step of it. Of course, there will be challenges, which one is better, but I think even that sometimes it goes back into what Werner just said, the driving performance, that then I could imagine that you can, of course, even with the software, differentiate how the car is driven. And of course, it's the elements, the HMI, the UI, UX, which is then differentiating. And as much it was then before it was the chassis, which was defining the driving behavior, it will be all these elements, and that will be certainly a differentiator, and especially how companies then are working together, how even inside Rivian and Cariad, or then Carizon is working together with Horizon, this will be the big differentiator. There might be on the way, as before Olli and Peter said, there might be things coming up, oh no, it doesn't really work out, our expectation is different, the customers are saying, it's not right, then you need to go in typical process work, go in, control, adopt, innovate, and see, is there a better partner, or what is it? Sometimes it comes just down to people talking.
Right. Wasim, it would be great to hear about, we talked about differentiation, B was talking about differentiation. Can you talk a bit about Rivian's technology and how it's unique? Obviously there's a lot of focus on the zonal architecture, and I think it makes car building simpler with the technology that you have. Can you explain what it is that sets apart Rivian's software from the other technologies that are out there?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really intentional decisions from an architecture standpoint, both in software and hardware. If I look at it from a software standpoint, it's an in-house operating system where there's abstraction layers throughout the entire stack, abstraction layers at the driver level, at the hardware level, at the vehicle level, and then at the product level, and then at the region level. And this is what allows us, through one single software stack, to be able to support such a broad portfolio of products. Two, I think one of the aspects which are really important is vertical integration. We tend to talk a lot about software, but the secret power is having software and hardware go hand in hand. And in the modern world of the current vehicle architectures, software is really that overall system thinking, the end-to-end optimization of the architecture is what allows us to simplify the hardware and then bring that complexity to software. And I go back to the example with the ID.1. Through that optimization of the architecture, we're able to bring down the number of ECUs in the car up to one single zone, and then share that software stack that we inherit from our operating system. So it's really that first principle thinking through vertical integration.
Right, I see. Can I also ask, with your collaboration in Volkswagen, you've talked about your technology strength and the vertical integration. Has there been any challenges, though, in terms of what you've been doing within Rivian and now with working with a company like Volkswagen that is, massive? Are there any challenges or even new findings that I know you're on track to, roll out these technologies in 2027, but...
I think Oliver explained this really well earlier today in the panel. What's really great is the support from the entire VW leadership so that we have a clear strategy within the group, and we really force that alignment across all the brands. And we see it already, like we're able to accelerate the launch of the ID.1 by leveraging that architecture. And then we have a full portfolio now, which is lined up for premium vehicles starting 2028, going to the definition of our next-gen architecture, which will bring even more innovation through the intentional decisions that we're doing since now. We had great discussions 2 days ago with our semiconductor partners, our hardware partners. The entire industry, the entire ecosystem is really excited to partner with us because they see that potential that we can actually redefine the future of electrical architectures in the industry.
So you're getting a lot of interest then from other OEMs as well.
Yeah, it's very exciting, very exciting.
Great.
And Wasim is very Wasim is very polite, so he has a very lean structure, also very fast decision making. And we needed to adapt our structure as well, heavily to have one face to the partner here and take fast decisions as well. So it's also a challenge for us.
So there was quite a cultural change for you then as well in this partnership with Rivian.
Yes, okay.
Fascinating. Thomas, I guess how do you see the challenge of keeping each of the brand strength as well, because Volkswagen has so many brands, and as you have this common software, B was talking about that you can still have differentiation, and I think that's true, but with so many brands, how do you actually meet that challenge?
Yeah, as we already discussed a little bit earlier, that's important for us, and it's considered as a design criteria from the early beginning on. Yeah, yes, for sure. We use common software. This is the platform, the ground layer that we are using across. And just taking our introduced new electric urban car family, These are 4 very unique cars from our brands. Underneath, there's the same software platform. But even we can manage to adopt. You talked about HMI. It's so important. This is the first contact, even on your mobile device when you're entering the car. And then we are able actually to have a layer, an HMI layer, that allows us to specifically adapt our software and the appearance of our software according to the brand's needs and also what the customer actually wants. And even on specific market requirements, we are able to adapt. But this goes also further. Just taking another example, we talked a little bit about ADAS and driving, and there we're using a different methodology because our software has also parameters to calibrate. So we give the brands actually the opportunity to calibrate their, for instance, driving experience, to adapt it to a more sportive mode, if you're talking about maybe Porsche, or to a more superior mode when we're talking about Audi, or even more comfort mode. And this allows us to have this differentiating, even if the software underneath is actually the same and contains also the full setup of all features and capabilities.
I see.
So it's actually, and therefore it's important in software. You talked about also co-design hardware software. It's so important to have at the beginning an architectural phase where we really focus on those topics. Where do you want to end up at the end?
Right.
And this is, as I said, in our products considered from the early stage so that we have the synergetic topic using as much as possible common technology. On the other side, also to differentiate where needed.
I see. Great. B, maybe I'd like to ask a broader question. You've been at the IAA. I bumped into you earlier as well. You've seen all the software developments that both the Chinese but also the Europeans have made some very big progress as well, including obviously Volkswagen and Cariad. How do you feel about the competitiveness of the European car makers now that you've seen what's at show at IAA?
I mean, it's really going forward. And as we just heard, there is a cultural change going on as well. Talking about speed, adapting, obviously, it's Americans are as fast as. So you need to come in together. But I think everybody learned their lesson. If it is either of the three big German car manufacturers, they are all doing everything they can to keep up. Everybody is, as we talked before, partnering or doing it in a different way, but really taking in what comes in from the world. And it's not only from China, it's of course, as we see as well from America. As we say, it's 3 different regions. Of course, then, if I may add, there is something about regulations. Werner was already mentioning that. We talked quickly about that beforehand. And with the accidents that happened, there are different regulations now very quickly coming in. Still, we are living in 3 different regions of data security. We know the discussions from America. In China, there is, let's say, yes, there is a kind of data security, but if you have access to at least 1.4 billion people's data, things go different. And here in Europe, we have a very strict data security, which was Hildegard talking about as well. So I think, but you can still learn from each other. On the other side, especially, there is a new data regulation in China after these accidents coming up, which I believe is a little bit slowing down the things, having, in hindsight, seen that passenger security, trespasser security is more important than speed. And I think this is now really bringing in a lot of new regulations, perhaps even in Europe, tougher ones as we see. And so I think we are on a good way, and there is nothing to fear from anybody in the world.
That's quite a bold statement. Werner, do you have any others? We've talked about the changes in the regulatory environment as well, but do you see those changes affecting Europe as well? I mean, what's happening in China?
I mean, we need to be aware that our regulations currently in Europe are much more restrictive than they are in China today. Now, China has found out with these crash events that they have to adapt. And what we see now that some of the parts of the legislation or the proposal of the legislation are even above what Europe is applying. So I hope that we don't see a competition now in regulations, because I think that also Europe will try to adapt then to what China is proposing. So we need to balance that out. This is why we are in strong communication in China, in Europe, in the US, because we don't want to make autonomous driving impossible. So it needs to stay possible and safe, and we need to balance all the expectations there also on the regulation side. For example, what we see in the proposal now is that you have to store all the pictures and events, all the radar signals, camera signals, you have to store which are related to the event, and this requires much more hardware on the car side, so it makes the car much more expensive and complicated. So these are things we need to really figure out that it's in the right balance.
Right, okay. Can I just go back to an earlier point as well on the cultural change? Wasim, I'd love to hear your view on this one. I think with the industry shifting from hardware to software, there's been a lot of challenges within the organization for this cultural change. And we've seen in many other car companies that are struggling with this change. For Rivian, obviously, the fact that you don't have a history in ICE gives you a sort of a blank sheet of paper to work off of. I mean, has that given you, I guess, an advantage in terms of always having that kind of a software-first mentality? And as you work with the traditional OEMs, I mean, how have you tried to sort of engage that cultural differences, I guess, with the bigger OEMs?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I mean, one of the key differences is that software and technology is not an afterthought. Software is really at the heart of a lot of decisions which are done from a product standpoint, even from a hardware standpoint. Software has a seat on the table, even in executive management, and it actually influences the entire development life cycle for the product by bringing that agility, by bringing that sense of iterations, by bringing that fast follow approach from the definition to the design to even later on in manufacturing. And when you think about concepts such as over-the-air updates, it not only changes the experience for the end users, it changes the connection and the type of relationships that OEMs have with the end users by creating those regular touch points. Yep. And then it brings a lot of agility internally for the OEMs because it allows them to plan their development in a much more nimble way and not basically go through long cycles of freezing both hardware and software before launch. So it's a fundamental change on the way things are done internally.
I see. Thomas, I mean, we talked about this a little bit, but I mean, maybe you can walk us through also at Cariat the shift from a hardware-first mentality to software and how that's gone.
Yes, definitely. So it's important to have a different way of working. Yeah, you know, back then in the earlier days when we focused more on the mechanics and the hardware side, you know, we were able to actually predict what happens in the next development iteration because we had so many simulation tools to really say, okay, what is the durability or the strength of a housing and stuff like that. Software is that complex. You actually cannot predict what's next. You have to adapt, what you see in the next iteration.
Right.
And therefore, you have to change your mindset, because you know you need to iterate fast because you cannot even say if the next iteration cycle brings the highest quality without any bugs anymore. You need to have to catch up. On the other side, it's also too important to have the right tooling and the processes for that. And as we also discussed and touched, data is important because we can do so much things with AI. It's in our products, but it's also, you know, influencing our development technologies. And therefore, you need data. So it's a complete change, and we transformed already in that direction. But I think we are not done yet because we have to catch up step by step. And this makes it also so interesting, for our teams because we have often the situation that teams come to us and say, hey, I have a great idea. I already tried this, and we would like to implement it and see if we can get faster to a solution or that helps us to have more automation and stuff like that. So it's really interesting to see where the teams are actually trying to use this technology to get better and better.
Great. We have about 5 minutes left, so I'd love to open up the Q&A. I think we have a question coming in from online, so let's start with online now. How do you explain software subscriptions to buyers who think everything should be included at a purchase? Who would like to take that question? Werner?
This is, I think you need to convince the customer that he has an advantage coming from the subscription. So what you cannot sell is regular updates. So I think the regular updates need to be for free, but everything which is bringing new functionality, in my opinion, is something which would be unfair not to charge for that because other customers buy that with a new car, with the latest software. They buy this functionality. So if you offer this functionality to existing cars, to older cars, you need to put kind of subscription for that. I think it's the right business model for that.
B.
On the other side, it's then taking a look back as how were cars sold or are still sold today. You have specific versions, and then if you want to have another option, you need to pay extra.
Yes.
When it's about a normal software update, that's for free. But as Werner just said, if it is a new functionality that is now possible to get over the air, it's just the same as before. You had to define a car, that's it. You had to drive it for 3-4 years in the options you had. Now you can add in new functionalities, so it's option on the go. And I think that's quite an explanation why that then costs a bit more money.
Right.
Is it a bit? Is it more? Depending on the technology.
Great, thank you. Let's open up to the audience here as well. We have people over there as well. Anybody have a question? Oh, can we have the mic, please, to the third row?
As far as software-defined vehicles are considered, what challenges do you see in securing the connected vehicles? Thank you.
I mean, I can take this one. I mean, obviously, with the increasing amount of software in the cars, with technologies like connectivity, like electrification, like autonomy, that increases the exposure surface for safety. And I think safety, reliability, security should be tenets which are taken into account since day one in any software-defined architecture.
Yeah, this actually applies to all of our products. Yeah, safety and security is key, and we consider it from the early beginning when we're designing a new product to make sure that it's used in a safe way, and also, that we consider privacy and security for data. That's definitely a thing that's top priority. Just to give you an example, we are using in our team White Hacker to really try if our product is secure, that nobody actually with the latest and greatest technology can enter it, or actually keeping up with the community out there to elaborate on new technologies and then feedback it to our software engineers to make our car more secure, or even our cloud system, that the data is protected and privacy is given.
Great.
Actually, I'll use that for a pre-announcement. So with Rivian, we're having our annual security hackathon in 2 months from now in Palo Alto, and this year the prize is a Rivian. So if any security researcher is able to hack our cars, we are proposing a Rivian as a prize. And I think that contact with the security community has been extremely helpful in really continue to improve the architecture and building really a robust proposal, both from a software and hardware standpoint.
Great,
That's a brilliant idea. Very good.
I think we have time for one quick question. Please keep it concise. Anybody? Oh.
Usually architects are independent. You are now part of the VW Group. Have you suffered from dependence?
I could do that.
So you're now part of the Volkswagen Group. Have you suffered from being part of the group?
I mean, honestly, as I said, the group has been extremely supportive in providing clarity from a strategy standpoint. And I touched base earlier on our Gen 3, which is the future architecture that we will have from 2029 and beyond, without revealing too many confidential details there. But this will be one of the most advanced and innovative architectures in the automotive world, if not the most innovative. And we have all the brands aligned to embrace that architecture. And the entire industry is really excited to now find a partner who at the same time has a first principle technology approach, but then has the incredible scale that the VW Group brings.
Right. I think we're just, out of time, unfortunately. I know we have many more questions. So please thank my wonderful panelists for a great discussion and insights. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Really enjoyed it.
Pleasure.
Werner.
Thank you.
Great. So our next panel is on designing cars in the cloud, AI, digital twins, and synthetic data. We will have a short break as we set the stage and bring our panelists on. So please join us at noon. That's about in 10 minutes, I think. Yes, please come back. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you. So welcome to the panel on designing cars in the cloud. From virtual twins to synthetic data, cloud-first engineering promises faster cycles, fewer prototypes, and greener development. but if and only governance and culture keep pace. Today, we'll ask what's working now, what remains experimental, and how regulators will treat these kind of cloud-based validation. And let me now introduce our speakers. Håke Starts, Executive Board Member for IT, Data, and Organizational Development at Volkswagen. Kai Grunitz, CTO of Volkswagen Passenger Cars. And Florence Vertelen, Executive Vice President EMEA at Dassault Systems. Please welcome to stage. Thank you so much. Great to have you. Great to have you. Thank you. Just a quick reminder to the global audience joining us again, please submit questions online as we go, and I'll weave this into our discussion. Great. I guess I'd like to start with an opening question for everyone then. I mean, we're all talking about the AI and the use of the digital twins. Can we talk about how these digital technologies is fundamentally going to reshape car building? Should we start off with, maybe can we start with the Håke? Yeah.
Yeah, we have been talking a lot about AI here during these days, and also a lot about IT. And when you look at the development of cars, modern cars are developed with modern processors, and modern processors are supported by digital tools, of course, IT systems, and with now the opportunities of AI, many new opportunities with new tools for virtual twins, for more analysis, for design support. So it is really important, and that's why I think we also have this panel here today, because IT, AI plays a significant role in this development of cars in the future.
Great. Kai, can I ask for your thoughts as well on how this is going to change?
Yes. For me in development, AI is really the new, I would say, driving force in the game. I think on one side the development processes, on the other side the product itself is really shaped by AI. We become faster, can reduce our development cycles on the one side, and on the other side I can really offer new amazing customer experience that are able only with AI.
Great. Florence, can we, yeah.
Yes, and for me, like said by Auke and Kai, AI, digital twins, they change everything. They change everything when it comes to program development. When you look at program development empowered by AI, digital platforms, and virtual twin, they cut by 2 the time it takes to develop a new program. Renault did it, for example, in the context of Renaulution. But also when you come to manufacturing, virtual twin of the factory and all the data in the factory, it helped Tesla increase by 30% its efficiency. And it's not just program development, manufacturing efficiency, it's also quality. The fact that you have the virtual twin of your car, you are able to do predictive maintenance and to adapt better, do more simulation. So for me, it's changing everything. And we're very lucky to be in that exciting time where Auke, Kai, I myself, we are making it happen and changing the industry forever.
Great. I mean, you just said that it's going to change everything. That's in many ways quite disruptive as well. So as we have these digital technologies at hand, it opens up so many possibilities, but also it does mean that a lot of your engineers, a lot of the people that work at Volkswagen will have to change the way they've been doing it. And I talk with a lot of car executives, and they talk about silos and how it's very difficult to change. Can we talk about how, first of all, I mean, how do you get your people to change the way that things have been done?
Number one, the positive thing is these technologies provide so many opportunities, make work easier, provide opportunities in design, in development, virtual twins. So there are many very positive things, and that's a good thing. But you're completely right. It is a question of change management. And we in Volkswagen decided to do two things. Number one, we communicate a lot about AI. We have an initiative, it's called We and AI, and we talk regularly about AI as a technology, what it provides as opportunities, but also as risks. We go in direct contact with our employees in active participation in exchange. And we have a big initiative around qualification, training, from entrance level to expert level. So these things are really important. And then it also means, and Kai is probably the expert, it also means changing the organization and adapting and using these tools.
Yeah, for me, this question is really one of the most important questions because I would say I've got two groups. I would say the pioneer group, engineers who understood that AI is really important if we want to develop further. That AI is nothing that will go away if you just wait long enough and do nothing. They really embrace the possibilities AI gives us. And the second group in the team, and that might be the bigger group, they are afraid of AI because we all are facing economically challenging times, and they are afraid of losing their job. That they will be replaced by an AI agent, and so it's really an intensive discussion, and you have to really show them that it's not a threat, but an opportunity by using the pioneer group. So you have to make sure that the pioneer group is driving the transformation and that step by step more and more people come in without losing their job.
I see. I mean, taking that, obviously addressing that fear of the AI would be important as well. What about in terms of bringing new people in? I mean, a lot of car makers are bringing in new talent to adjust to this, new era of AI and all of these virtual technologies. How is Volkswagen doing in terms of bringing in new talent from the outside?
So we have, we got a lot of new engineers in the last 3-4 years. But I want to say that it's not about bringing new talents in. So I have, in this pioneer group, we have new graduated engineers and also really skilled engineers who understood that this is something they have to learn. So for me, it's more about learning than by doing it in the job than bringing in new talents.
New people. Okay, got it. Florence, can I ask about, I mean, Dassault Systems obviously works with many car makers, not just Volkswagen, so you have a more broader view of the industry and how they're adopting these technologies. So do you think the Europeans and the other legacy OEMs can keep pace, with the fast development pace of the newer players, such as the Chinese? I know a lot of the legacy OEMs are talking about using these technologies and speeding up, but can they actually catch up or keep pace with the Chinese?
That's a very interesting question. And my answer to that is, I don't think the European players will catch up the Chinese. I think they have the opportunity to be much better than the Chinese. And let me explain you why. Well, we are working at Dassault Systèmes with 90% of the car industry. So all the Chinese players are working, like not 90% of the Chinese players are working with us. So we know them pretty well, and we are very happy to be partnering with them. What they did is that they were lucky to be new company. So they could be full digital from scratch. They didn't have all the legacy systems that you have to adapt, you have to connect. So it was much quicker for them to do full digital, full platform, and full AI. So yes, they have been able to develop car programs in 15 to 18 months. But, well, what Auke is currently doing with the partnership we are having is exactly the same thing. She's digitalizing everything, putting AI on top, helping to go software-defined vehicle, bringing that power to the Volkswagen Group. And when Auke and hopefully Dassault Systèmes together we will have managed to do that, then comes the next step. The step where I think Volkswagen and the European players will be able to be better. Why? Because Chinese, they were digital native, yes, but Volkswagen, I think you're 90 years old or something, you produced in your life Not you, okay, you're 30 like me. But you produced more than 150 million cars. What does that mean? It means you have data, knowledge, know-how, IP, even IP you don't know you have in your data that these Chinese players don't have. And while you have all this data in a platform, a single platform, then you can uncover that IP, transform that into something incredible, of incredible value to create your new programs and your new cars. And in the context of software-defined vehicles, you're gonna show that value to the world. And frankly, we are so enthusiastic of doing it with you, Auke and Kai.
No. Well, that's very optimistic.
No, that's realistic.
Okay, did you want to jump in?
No, I think I see it as optimistic as Florence. I think what we bring as a company is a wealth of knowledge.
Yes.
And we are working very closely with Dassault to develop in the future the new cars with the new systems. But we're also using AI to make the wealth of data and know-how that we have available to our colleagues so that new people that move from one part to the other can access the data easier and faster. And that is the advantage of AI and the good combination with latest technology that we have from Dassault.
Great. Kai, we've talked about the benefits of AI and virtual technology right now in terms of speed, catching up with not catching up, but being competitive against the Chinese. But what does it mean, I guess, from a customer perspective? And how are they going to benefit from these technological innovations that we've been talking about?
So I would like to make a little twist before I come directly to the question. So the second most important topic also that you can see here at the IAA is the software-defined vehicle. You mentioned it already. That means, very simplified spoken, that means that you first of all think about the electronic architecture and the functionalities, and then you develop the vehicle and everything else around that. And for me, honestly, I think this should not be the right approach, because in the end, it's no software buying a vehicle. In the end, it's always a human being, a real customer buying a vehicle. And that's why I love to say I want to develop a customer-defined vehicle. Mm-hmm. And a customer-defined vehicle means that first of all you think about what do your customer needs, what is a typical day in the life of the customer using your product, your vehicle, and then you derive without any technology functions from that. And you think about what functionality could be great to convince the customer that this is the right product, and then you start in developing an e-architecture and functionalities. And AI is really a game changer in that game, because with AI you can inform people, you can entertain people, and even more you can individualize the vehicle, our cars. You can really make that vehicle to your vehicle. So think about that, you enter the car and first of all you will be answered at the very first day, hey, what do you like, what are your hobbies? And then the car creates an atmosphere around you that really fits to yourself. Yeah. And as a tailored suit, perfectly fitted, and this can only be done by AI, so it offers so many new possibilities, and that's why I'm, as an engineer, really thrilled about AI.
Well, it's a tailored experience that's now available to everyone as well, right? Democratized. I mean, the technology is open to everyone with AI.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I'd also like to talk about the challenge as well, though. I mean, we've been talking a lot about the benefits and what's great about AI, but okay, I mean, what are the challenges actually involved with moving from an established systems landscape to one based on AI and cloud? I mean, especially as you try to roll out these technologies globally, as you're trying to do at Volkswagen.
You're completely right. It is a challenge, and we see this in probably the whole traditional automotive industry. The auto industry has grown over decades and built system after system, and we have a set of a very complex IT environment with legacy applications. And what we do is we approach it in a very pragmatic way. We decided to work with Dassault, and we are going with new developments into the new environment. using the traditional environment to keep our knowledge. And for AI, everybody knows the important thing for AI is the data. It's not the systems itself, it's the data. So what we are focusing on is for new developments, go in new platform-based approach. And for the legacy knowledge, we use the data and make it accessible for new AI systems. That's our approach, and it works very well. And we have also decided, that was, I think, also in the press already, we have decided to increase our investments in this area to really make use of this technology. We will invest over the coming years more than 1 billion into AI and related technologies.
I see. Okay. Florence, can I ask about a bit about, I mean, one of the reasons why this use of these digital twins and the virtual technologies is accelerating development is because you can do many of these tests on the cloud rather than actually doing all of these physical tests all the time. But how are the regulators, I guess, keeping up with this? I mean, do you think they will allow the cloud-based validation, validated results as this, I guess, same as the ones through the physical test? How do you see this process changing on the regulatory front?
Totally. So your question is about testing and regulatory. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Well, I think we will get to a point where all the tests at some point will go virtual, almost all the tests. I think there is a change management opportunity with our regulatory bodies. Yeah. And we're seeing that in a lot of industry. As you know, we are very lucky to have 370,000 customers, not only in the transportation and mobility industry, but also in life science industry, aerospace and defense industry. Right now, what's happening in the US for life science, pharmaceutical industry, a lot of the tests to put new medicine that you, me, or my son is going to swallow is done digitally, virtually, because you can do more testing, more simulation. Now, in aerospace, when we are taking eVTOL, electric vertical takeoff and landing projects, most of the tests in the US are done virtually. So if we can do it for medicine, if we can do it for planes, if we are doing it right now, or working at doing it on energy nuclear power plant, there is no reason why we should not do it for cars. And that would allow Europe, if we go towards that route, before all the others, to gain in efficiency so much. Right now, with a virtual twin, with a simulation, you can in fact do much more testing. So it's a matter of having an informed dialogue between industry and regulatory bodies to make it happen. But for me, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And it's up to us to make it happen for the benefit of the European industry.
I see. It's really fascinating on the changes that's happening on the regulatory front. Kai, I'd like to ask you where we're going with all of this. As in, car makers are now saying, so 4 years was a long time to develop cars, so we're talking about 24 months now, or even less. Some car makers are saying it's going to be even less than 20 months. Considering, but we have issues about safety, and then also about the, all of these tests that we need to do. Is it, I mean, with these virtual technologies, are we going to keep on making these developments faster and faster? Where do we go with all of this fast development?
So we just started using AI. So if you ask me where will you go, so honestly, this is I would need a crystal ball to answer that. I don't know that quite honestly, because it's evolving so fast. Every week, I have to say, there's something new, amazing new. But one thing is clear for me, that if you use AI or not, safety, reliability, and also quality should always be on the same high level. Using AI, yes or no. For me, there is no contradiction using this. So we installed a lot of methods and tools. That's why we also want to work with the source systems, because we really need a basic layer that is common if you use AI or not. So, and AI, we use it for acceleration, but without contradicting the safety and quality of our products.
Right. So I mean, it would be wrong to set a goal of how fast we can go. I mean, we want to maximize the use of the AI, but just going fast and fast would be dangerous, you would think.
I wouldn't say that it's dangerous. I mean, I always rely on our colleagues that they make a decision from an engineering perspective, what is allowed, what is correct, and how can we ensure the safety of the cars. What we, from an IT perspective, will provide is seamless tools, the opportunity to work with virtual twins, speed up the development and the feedback cycles, speed up the opportunity to analyze vast amounts of data. So the tools will be there, and then the engineering teams will decide how fast they can go. Our ambition as a company is, of course, to reduce the time to develop a car significantly. I think 1/3 is an ambition. And so far, it looks good that we are on a good track with the 2 cars that we are now working with Dassault and developing with the new technology.
That's it. Florence, can I ask a bit more about the technology, I guess, as well? We've talked about the virtual twins and the various tests that can be done online, but are there other technologies that you're excited about that could, I mean, we've talked about how AI is a game changer, but specific technologies that excite you and you think that that could fundamentally even accelerate further the development of cars or,
Yeah, well, there are plenty of things that are exciting me right now. I think we live in the perfect moment for the car industry. But if there are one topic, I think that's going to make the difference for the big player of the car industry tomorrow is software-defined vehicle. Because what is the real reason why your son wants a Volkswagen car? The real reason is the driver experience and the passenger experience. And this comes back to all the data, the knowledge, the know-how of Volkswagen before that you got all over the years. And tomorrow, as we are working with Volkswagen, the fact that you're going to be able to update your car, improve the passenger and the driver experience all over the driving of my son, hopefully with a lot of safety for my son, please, because I'm not very sure of his driving skills, but that's another story. But for me, that's going to make the difference. What we have been developing over the 3 last years on software-defined vehicle and the functionalities that we're bringing with AI, for that, it's going to make the difference between the car that your son is dreaming about and any other car. So that's where we're going. I think this is really what's going to make brands and car companies unique in the future. But of course, I mean, you need the IT backbone to make it happen. You need the data, and you need the thinking process of what is the car experience we want in the future.
Just a quick follow-up. The software-defined vehicles, I mean, at the IAA this year as well, we've seen many OEMs come out with software-defined vehicles. As a journalist as well, it's always difficult to distinguish between which one is more advanced in terms of the software. How do you actually judge in terms of which ones are the most cutting edge between the various software-defined vehicles that are all over the place now, not just the Chinese, but the European car makers, the US as well?
Well, for me, it's about, as a driver, to tell you, it's not about the system. It's about how the car is adapting to you real time in order to fit your needs. How you're getting new functionalities, how the car is learning from your experience to adapt. It's about how the data of the car goes back to Volkswagen virtual twin of the car to bring back new functionalities developed by the engineers of Volkswagen at the same time. So for me, we're not yet there, but we will never be there because it's going to improve all the time. Like us, you know, smartphones. Smartphones are improving all the time, but you're going to get much more with your car. So how do you compare a vehicle to the others? It's a tough question. The question is more, how does this vehicle adapt to you, and how does it give you the life you want to have as a driver?
Okay. We have quite a lot of questions coming in from the online audience. I know it's a bit early, but I'm going to start weaving some of them in as well as we continue our discussions. So one of the questions, what do you think are the key qualifications to leverage in engineering in the era of AI? Kai, would you like to take that question? Or?
So which basic knowledge they need, you think? As I said, first of all, I'm looking for new customer experiences. So that's should be the starting point dealing with AI. And then he has to be, as I said, and it's a kind of transformational process we have in our development, because I have to convince people who develop in a traditional way to use AI without losing their job. They have to be open exactly for the AI, and we've got many possibilities within the group with our Volkswagen coaching, for example, to show them how to use AI. And it's the hurdle to use it isn't that high as 2 or 3 years ago. I think there are so many possibilities, but they have to be open to do this, and that's the most important topic.
Right. Hauke, did you want to?
I guess this question is coming from someone more younger, looking into the opportunities in the future. I think what is still necessary is a good background in engineering topics, but also the openness for AI, how it works with data. So this combination is, I think, for especially young people, a good basis for future jobs, because this is needed in the future.
Okay, great. There's another question, let's take. What advantages do Dassault and Volkswagen think they can gain over Chinese car makers from the POV of development methodology?
Can you answer this?
Difficult. Maybe from your development strategy, how your partnership can, be strong, and how your partnership can work to gain competitive edge over Chinese car makers.
You mean, how do we make a difference between what we are doing with the Chinese and what we are doing with Volkswagen, for example?
Yeah, the partnership between Volkswagen and Dassault, how does that help in terms of enhancing your competitive edge against the rise of the Chinese?
Well, the reason why we are so excited about this partnership with Volkswagen and Dassault Systèmes is really because, we really think this partnership is about accelerating program development. It's about improving manufacturing efficiency. It's also working better with the supply chain in order to have even more innovation based on virtual twin and a collaborative platform. And as I said, we are very exciting because of the knowledge, the know-how, the breadth of Volkswagen, because I think Volkswagen is a company with so much knowledge, know-how, and technological knowledge that it's not just about accelerating program development, it's not just about improving manufacturing efficiency, it's creating a benchmark for all the other industries. So this is what is at stake. Of course, together with Hauke and Kai, we are on a journey, because Volkswagen being big with all the legacy systems, there is this connection to be made, there is the change management, because we need absolutely the men and the women of Volkswagen to feel the same enthusiasm as we feel on this transformation. But we believe we can create a worldwide benchmark here. And as I said, not bring back European industry in the game, make sure European car industry leads the game. So that's the plan.
Maybe I can comment on that. So let's take a look 10, 15 years back. At that point of time, we would have developed every single process and system on our own. So we have hundreds of systems that had been developed only for Volkswagen purposes. And we have to maintain, we have to do everything on our own to keep them running. And with the partnership, we have the ability to start with something that is proven, that we can also use with our suppliers in one supply chain, and that really makes us faster than doing it on our own. That was the initial idea when we started with this partnership. We don't want to do it on our own. We want to have the best edge technology, but this has to be proven in the engineering surrounding, and that's why we partner with this.
Yeah, exactly. This is now becoming an ecosystem play, and if we want to win it, we have to make sure that we're working together on a single platform, on virtual twin of car and car programs, with the tier 1, the tier 2 working with you in order to make it happen. And this is what we're doing. With this partnership with Volkswagen, we're not just helping Volkswagen be the best, we're also helping all the ecosystem of Volkswagen creating the best ecosystem. So that's the excitement, and we're doing it in Europe.
Was it a gradual recognition, though, Kai, about, you were talking about, it's interesting, you were saying that in the past, everything was done in-house, and that realization that everything cannot be done within your organization, it's sort of a painful recognition as well. How did that come about?
It's pretty the same as with AI. So we've seen in the last 5 years that we had to spend even more and more money every year to maintain our system. So, and even if we keep that money or put that money aside, I have to reduce my budget for development, and I can't do as many great products as I want to do. And my engineers all realize that, hey, I have to do something different. Yeah. So, and with that in mind, you have the choice to develop an amazing product or to maintain a system. It was quite easy to convince that we should shift to a new organization, to a new software system. And we just started with that, but we are thrilled to go on.
Right. Do you want to
I think when you look at the technology world, the speed of change is so fast.
Yes.
End of 22, we had the ChatGPT moment. ChatGPT came out, and since then we had new innovations, new tools, new opportunities with AI more or less every week. And if we want to use these technologies, we can't do everything ourselves anymore. Right. And that's also a change in many organizations, especially also in Volkswagen. If we want to use our money well, in the interest of our customers, we need to focus on what we are really good at. And this is developing and designing cars and work with an expert on the tool side to really make use of the latest technology.
Okay. One more about to Kai, actually, about your customer orientation. You talked a lot about the customer orientation. How has customer orientation changed as a result of the impact of the AI technologies? I mean, we did talk about this a little bit earlier on.
Yeah. So I won't say that AI changed the customer orientation. So AI enables new functionalities and makes it easier to bring in new customer experiences than 2, 3, 4 years ago. But it didn't change the way we look on customer orientation, because Volkswagen always has been customer-oriented. And to develop a real customer, you have to offer a product that creates memories. And for that, you need a kind of individualization to make this vehicle to your vehicle. And now AI helps exactly to do that. So, but it's not about changing customer orientation at all.
I see. Great. I guess we'll go to Florence. We talked about the digital tests and also the physical to the real world tests. So when a digital model and a real world test disagree, who decides and how quickly do you act when there's a difference between the physical and the digital test outcomes?
Sorry, the sound is really bad. Can you repeat the question?
Yes, of course. So if there is a disagreement between the outcome of the digital and the physical test, how quickly do you need to react to that, to, I guess, address that gap?
You mean when we have a physical object which is not consistent with a virtual object, that's what you say?
Physical and the digital test. I mean, maybe there is no difference. Maybe you haven't encountered such a situation. where there is a difference in the actual, when you're doing the test online, on the cloud.
Oh, okay.
And
no,
then
I
the
see your
test-
point. Sorry, but yeah. Well, if it's the case, we look at which data are missing, because basically our platform is and our AI works on data. And if there is a difference between the result of the test and the result of the simulation, is that probably we were missing some critical data. And here comes the importance of the work that Auke is doing on putting all the data on the same system, on the same platform in order to make it happen. Because our AI or digital twin are as good as the quality of the data. So it always comes back to that. Is there a parameter that we didn't take into account that should be taken into account? Was there some problem with some sensors in the data, sensors that didn't bring the right data? So it's a never-going work on making sure we have the right data, making sure we have enough data, and doing the testing and the simulation all the time. The good thing is that having a lot of customers, not only in transportation and mobility, but also in the aerospace industry, we have tests or in industrial equipment industry or consumer industry or infrastructure industry. We have tested our simulation algorithm on multiple industry, multi-physics, multi-scales, and we are constantly improving them. So we have a good knowledge of what kind of data can be added in case there is a difference. But yes, it always comes back to the quality of the data and enough data.
Yeah, I see. Okay, great. I'd like to also ask a question maybe about, we talked about the cultural change brought on by AI. I also wanted to talk a little bit about, the changes. So if you're doing a virtual twin, you can basically pick up a design of a car or any other, any other car building aspect with other members across the world. How has that changed within Volkswagen, the way you, I guess, engage with the workers across the world? Because now it's going to be a real time. It's not going to be just in Germany. But basically, you can pick up the work anytime, any day, I guess, across the week.
So we've got, as a worldwide producer and OEM, we've got also a worldwide available testing facility. So we have a connected system, a connected network, and within that network we shift the different testings to the area and to the region where it's needed right now, and where the sun is shining, so that we can really test 24 hours a day. And but also for this, I don't need definitely AI, but it helps to accelerate it. But we had this connected network also 5-6 years ago. So.
Oh, I see, from 5-6 years ago. So it's nothing new that's happening.
It's not new.
I see, okay.
Virtual twin itself is nothing new. It's the way we use it now, and we use the data for different simulations with AI technology.
Okay, great. I think, I'm sorry, I would have loved to open up the live Q&A, but we're actually running out of time. Is there any concluding remarks from any of the speakers they'd like to make?
Well, let me tell reiterate how enthusiastic we are on this partnership between Volkswagen and Dassault Systèmes, because really here we are doing something that we think is going to be unique for the industry. We cannot wait how the engineers are going to adopt it, and we cannot wait to see the new car programs that are going to be developed together. So I hope in the next IAA we can see the result of our work.
I think what Volkswagen has shown here is that we are really on the right track, that we are a company that's here to stay and to show that we also in the future one of the really big player, the global automotive tech driver, and that we are embracing the new technology in this new world and using this to become even better.
Great. Kai, did you want to...
I'm not sure if I should add something to that, so I just wouldn't underline that.
Great. Well, thanks so much for the engaging discussion. Please thank our wonderful panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Kai.
Thank you,
Thank you. Thank you. Ein Foto. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Let me just give one final comment. So we'll now break for lunch and return at 1:40 for a session with Peter Bosch, the Chief Executive of CARIAD, where we'll be discussing the key takeaways from the morning and also looking ahead in the afternoon session. So please do come back at 1:40 before we move into a panel discussion on advanced driver assistance systems. Thank you.
So I think we all agree assisted or automated driving has long been a dream of the automotive industry. And we've been talking about this at many IAAs. Yeah? But this year is the year where it's really coming to reality. And I think what we observed in the past, advanced driver assistance systems were always or very often a privilege for premium buyers. That was quite an expensive technology. Either you only got it in the upper car classes or even in a Model 3, it's quite an expensive feature. Yeah? And it's a given that Volkswagen Group, who always brought technology to the people, is aspiring to change this. Yeah? We want to make technology, we want to make ADAS technologies accessible to everyone. Tech for the people, this is also the motto here. And I think it's no longer the question, does ADAS and does advanced automated driving like level 2 plus, level 2 plus plus, level 3, does this go mainstream? It's more the question when exactly and especially how. Yeah? Who will dominate the industry? Who will be on the strategic control points? Who will earn the margin? Yeah? And this is the game that's currently running. And we brought together probably the most profiled experts globally. Luckily, all of them are working with Volkswagen Group. And I would like to start with the CEO of Qualcomm, with Cristiano Amon. Cristiano, where are you? Now, here's Cristiano. And he's joined by, I start with you, Olli, yeah? The CEO of Volkswagen Group. Thank you very much, Cristiano.
How are you doing?
CEO of Qualcomm and a great partner.
Hi, Peter.
Yukai, CEO of Horizon Robotics, great IPO, great technology.
Thank you.
The man who's leading ADAS from a board perspective for all the brands. Yeah? Geoffrey Boucaud, the CTO of Audi, and Matthias Pilin, CTO of Bosch Mobility. Please take a seat. And Olli, we'll start with you. Great technology at Volkswagen Group starts with strategy, and you made a couple of statements. I think the statements were always quite bold that you made. Yeah? You always said ADAS cannot remain a premium toy. Yeah? You always said we will win this game if we create platforms, like we always did. You said it's a scale game, and you always said let's make sure that we have access to all the data, because data makes an ADAS stack smart. Yeah? Now you've announced the tech driver strategy. And we want to control this technology somehow, but we want to be at the forefront of the industry together with our partners. So how does this all fit together? We want to own it, but we are also partnering, and we want to make the brands happy. What's your take?
Yeah, as we discussed this morning, our clear ambition is to be the automotive tech driver globally. And their autonomous driving is one discipline of our decathlon, as I call it. And to be based there, it's about speed, it's about performance, and it's about cost, and at the end, innovation, because we won't stop, and there is a high innovation speed right now, and the customer demand is rising, and we think in some years, it won't go without autonomous driving. And on the other side, for us, and that's a challenge, we want to provide mobility for everybody, and not only for a premium segment. And so, therefore, we built our strategy for autonomous driving and thought about who will be the right partner for us to have being on the top level of innovation, but also having the speed, and who fits perfectly to us. And it's also a people game. And so we came to great partnerships together with Bosch, with Horizon Robotics, with Qualcomm from the technology level. And for us it's important to benefit from this innovation speed, and on the other side, owning the IPs. And so we built our joint ventures together, and I think now this fits perfectly together with our group software stack. We presented this morning, that there's a clearness, orientation, structure, where we do find each approach into our strategy.
And I think this is really a testament of technology strategy, leading in technology, bringing in partners. But in the end, it needs to taste well with the customer. I mean, Geoffrey, you have a kind of a double role in the Volkswagen Group. Yeah? On the one hand, you're the godfather for ADAS technologies across our group software stack, and need to make sure that technology is great. On the other hand, you're the CTO of Audi, and you're bringing back, I may say that, Vorsprung durch Technik. Yeah? And it shouldn't be just a safety feature, it should be something that reflects also the identity of the brand. So how does leading technology and the identity of the brand, how does that fit together?
It's a two sides of the same medal, I should say. When we think about ADAS, we can be super technical. We're talking about automatic emergency braking, lane assist system. So it can be super technical. But in the end, we could also discuss about LiDARs, software-driven, I don't know, radars or things like that. This is not the point. The point in the end, we want to create an experience. And this is where indeed the two, let's say the two roles are merging, because we want to have an experience. And the experience in the end is, do you feel this system to serve your needs whenever it needs to be? So with AI, and I think we are going to see that even more and more as we advance into this AI development and this AI disruption that we're living, how it can be adapted, how it can be empathic, how it can be intuitive. Those are the words that we want for serving our customers. ADAS safety features is nice, safety is absolutely critical, but then once you start creating trust with your customer, then it becomes a desirable product. And this is where, from Audi, so we launched this week Concept C car, and our design language, which is driven by clarity, which is driven by technicality, and emotion driven by intelligence. Those are exactly how we want, from an engineering side, design this. So it's a mix of software, obviously, but also how you want to create that. It's not like a beep. It's not like a haptic button. It's a full experience. If you want to have this ADAS level 3 system that we are developing and testing as of now, if you want to have that real and not just a technical topic, you have to have a full experience. So you have to have voice, you have to have an interaction that is becoming intuitive and empathic.
Mm. Building on what you said, Geoffrey, Matthias, I mean, we are working together in the Automated Driving Alliance. That means our engineers are creating code together into the same repository. They're really working together. And your role is very often to remind us what's going on technology-wise in the world, and what's going on from a customer side. So the two sides of the coin that Geoffrey just mentioned. So what would you say on these two sides? What are the top trends, and are we together on the right way?
Yeah, I would also subscribe to what you said, Geoffrey. So customers would like to have first comfort. Comfort means, for example, you're driving at night in a new city like in Shanghai or in Rome, and you're merging adaptive cruise control with navigation. So you basically can really drive relaxed in completely new driving scenarios, and you're getting really a lot of comfort to get there. Second is safety. So you're driving high speed on a freeway, and the ADAS function allows you, if your children distract you from driving, that still the vehicle is being kept on the road. And this is what customers really would like to see globally. And therefore, of course, the functions we develop need to be extremely mature and extremely reliable. So that's mandatory. Then the third one I see is, of course, technology. I mean, AI is at the core of the ADAS functions, and it has made so much progress over time in recent years, so we can really now benefit from that development, and maybe we can talk later a little bit more about that. And if you talk about the trends, I mean, it's clear that the lead market for ADAS currently is China. And that's because those OEMs have been more, say, courageous to adopt these functions. Their platforms had been made ready at an earlier stage, and also to say they had more fun to adopt this technology acknowledging all the risks coming along with that. So that was basically speeding up the development. But what I see here, and what you can see at the show here at this booth, but also at others, now this is really catching up. That's a global trend, and I believe for an OEM, it's a big differentiator to have functions like that in place.
Yes, you just said it. The lead market is China. And very often when you, Geoffrey, and myself sit together and think, are we on the right track? And how do we explain to Ollie that we're on the right track? We always think, what's going on in China? Is there something new? And always when we visit you, Kai, in China, we're really excited what's going on. We are operating a joint venture in China, Horizon, between Carriot and Horizon Robotics, developing also our own stack for China there. Based on AI, you're one of the best AI experts in China from study times, also with your company right now. And we see so many technology trends in China. We see cars packed full of sensors and with high compute power. We see cars that drive really well, mapless, few sensors, really lean compute. We see cars in the below 20,000 euros segment with level 2++ coming. So what are the top trends? How can we learn from China, and how can we bring technology forward together?
Right. I think we have this great partnership with Volkswagen. I think it's really a rewarding journey for us. And talking about China, I think we are saying, China speed. Is China the competition? Everything is like crazy in the business world. But I don't really think from the competition standpoint, but really think about you got to have some vision. You got to have some strong belief about technology will change people's daily life, will change the world. So the technology never grow in a linear way, right? It's always exponential. Think about over the last 10 years, the cost for LiDAR actually reduced by how much? 1,000 times, right? And think about the computing power for cars, for ADAS, over the last 10 years, grow by 1,000 times. So the autonomous driving, I believe, today is like a driver assistance. But I guess according to the progress of AI, let's say our own experience of our technology team, I believe in 3 to 5 years, we will reach the level of like a completely, eyes-off, namely level 4 in China. So I'm very, very convinced and a strong belief about the technology trend. Then this is about the vision. The other part is action. You got to relentlessly push the boundary of innovation and leading the trend. So that's the only way to survive in the business world. So we have to push the boundary of the computing power, the kind of software stack, and everything. So I think this is from vision to action, and that's the way to really lead the trend. And that's the kind of China speed.
China speed is something we are really on, and we are also trying to adapt with the whole Volkswagen Group. I hope the decay of hardware prices that you just mentioned won't bother you too hard, because Cristiano, you brought Qualcomm really successfully into the automotive space, and I think one of your approaches was also partnering with other tech companies and with OEMs. You're active in China, you're active in the Western world very successfully, and you have different kinds of partnerships that you've experienced. What's your take? How should partnerships between hardware companies, software companies, automotive partners, how should they look like? And what gives us the best speed?
Yeah, well, it's a great question. I think, thank you for the opportunity to participate in the event. I think the Volkswagen Group partnerships have been wonderful. If you look at the success of Qualcomm in the many different industries that we have through our history participated in, and automotive is one that was kind of a new initiative for Qualcomm. And the success comes from actually the ability to be pushing technology as fast as possible to what's possible, but also create partnerships that we have more than one company responsible for the innovation. We never believed that the job of a company is to provide the single innovation for the entire industry, but actually get the best of each partner. For example, in our programs, it's about understanding the role that we can bring to the table, the role of Volkswagen bring to the table, the role of a tier one bring to the table, because we all very focused on what is the best that we can bring into the product. And I think that's a model of partnership with joint development. I think, for example, a strong tier one role in doing the integration, the system level optimization, build the platform that is unique to each customer requirement and experience. So you build this into something that is flexible, it's scalable, and then the ability to actually share technology so we can continue to improve the platform over time. And I think we see the role of data, for example, when you think about assisted driving systems. And I think that has been the approach that we all should take as an industry, because this is going to be an essential function of the automobile going forward. And the expectation is success today does not mean success tomorrow, and that means we have to continue to improve the platform with the best of each partner can bring to the table.
Yeah. And I mean, we believe in ecosystems, in the German and European ecosystem, in an auto ecosystem, and now in an auto tech ecosystem. And to be honest, also the different partnerships always inspire us to ask the right questions. I mean, we are also partnering with Mobileye, for example, for the level 4 autonomous ID bus, the partnerships in different areas. And this is already around Volkswagen Group, a really inspiring ecosystem. And what came up very early was the discussion about AI. Yeah? I remember when we asked ourselves, will AI be the real big game changer? And we realized it's even more. Yeah? It opens up totally new possibilities. And I think, Kai, you as one of the AI pioneers also in this round, also from a scientific perspective, can you elaborate a bit why AI has changed automated driving so much?
Yes.
How we're using it today? Is it safe? How does it go along with regulation? And what role will it play in the future?
Right. So I think we are undergoing a tremendous technology revolution. So think about the last few decades. Like Marco Anderson said, software is eating the world. And now we are entering a new area, which is AI is eating the whole world. So I think about the software industry. I think the last few decades we call software 1.0. The 1.0 is essentially rule-based, based on all the logics, right? And the traditional autonomous driving also really rule-based. And if you're sitting in the autonomous driving car, like the trajectory planning and control based on rule-based, you can clearly feel this is driven by machine. Right, it's not natural, it's not human-like. It's not giving you the confidence of like the safety margin, right? But now I think something dramatic is coming, which is the end-to-end training, something like the big language model, which is really completely data-driven, training-based, learning from human drivers. And then what's happening right now? You can clearly feel the new software 2.0. The AI-driven autonomous driving, very natural, very smooth. You feel like it's just like you driving the car. You give the sense of comfortableness.
We did that in Shanghai together, right?
Yes.
In our latest version, we were really impressed.
Very exciting.
Yes. So I believe AI will change not only the autonomous driving, but also will change the in-cabin experience. So in my view, in the entire human history, actually, the first AI device is not cell phone. The first AI device is going to be car, with amazing, big battery, amazing computing power, very expressive acoustic, sounds, very expressive displays, right? So a lot of unimaginable things will happen.
I can see Geoffrey dreaming of it already.
Yeah.
It's a Vorsprung topic. Huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I think the innovation is just starting. It's just the beginning. A lot more will happen in the next 10 years.
Yeah. I remember our initial steps with AI. We said, all right, AI needs a lot of data. That's great. Volkswagen has a huge fleet. We have the largest connected fleet, 45 million cars connected to the group cloud, which we cleaned up a little bit, made the data better usable. That was also a foundation for our partnership to use that data to train an AI model. And we said, all right, AI models are huge. They will also run in the cloud. Now we are a bit further down the technology curve, and we are realizing AI should also run on the edge. And this morning, by the way, a great quote from Wasim Ben Said of Rivian Volkswagen Technologies. He said, the secret sauce is integrating hardware and software to a seamless system. So AI on the edge, AI on the SoCs in the car, what role does that play, and should we all invest into it?
Okay, look, Peter, this is our favorite topic of conversation. I wish we have several hours to talk about this. Yeah, but look, I'll try to provide maybe a simple way to understand this. I think one of the incredible things that are happening with the car right now, the car is a computing surface. And because of the computing surface, we're going to get entertained from the car, we're going to communicate from the car, we're going to get productive on the car, we're going to do many things. The same way that the phone's a computing surface, the laptop's a computing surface. And AI is the new form of computing. When you think about the edge, here's an easy way to describe it. The data center's been built, and you use a lot of the data center to create AI. But once the AI is actually going to be utilized, and when you think you need to go where the humans are, and the humans actually are at the edge. And there's an incredible amount of things happening all at the same time, in the car, in the phone, in the PC, in the robots, in the machines. One of the things that we feel very privileged sometimes is the ability to be providing technology to all of those industries. We see how they're actually working together. Like I love telling the story. The reason we got into the automotive business because we realized that people will buy a phone holder and put their phone in the dashboard of the car, and we said, okay, there's something here that needs to get fixed. And I think you should be thinking about the AI at the edge in the following manner. First, AI is the new computer-human interface. We had to learn how to use computers, not anymore. The computer knows how to interact with us, whether it's what we see, what we hear, what we write. So think about the car as an example. Everything that the car sees, the cars can understand and can interact to us what's relevant to us. The second thing that is happening, the evolution of AI technology in itself is breaking down in cloud and edge. Techniques such as mix of experts, distillations, even chain of thought reasoning. As you start reasoning on AI, you can actually start on a small model, go to the big model. And the obvious thing is reliability. The reason we have all of this computing power put on the car, you have to rely, if the AI is driving for you, you have to rely on that computing power and the ability of the car to make decisions.
So if I go to Olli next time and ask for investment money for more compute power, what advice would you give them?
It should be a no-brainer. It should be a no-brainer. And here's how,
taken.
And here's
keep that in mind, Geoffrey. Yeah?
And here's maybe the conclusion of this because it's important. I want to do a parallel. When one of the new categories of devices that we're seeing now getting significant scale is smart glasses, because it's very intuitive for the human when you use a glass, what you see, the AI will see. So when I look about all those sensors we're building in the car for ADAS, they can see the road, they can see the pedestrians, and they can help you drive, but they also see everything that is happening around you. So I think we're going to see an evolution of the architecture of AI at the edge, that not only are going to do the ADAS system, but it's going to be a key contributor for some of the in-cabin experiences that you're going to have that's all driven by agents. So I think we're just at the beginning. The future is bright, and I think car companies are sitting on a very important and strategic asset, which is the car, and it's going to be a unique experience for humans in this new computing surface enabled by AI.
That's a very, very strong statement, and there's one person who should especially keep that in mind. I see him in the audience sitting, Manuel Birke. He's the head of our global ADAS development. Now here's a clear task to you. Cristiano Mate, you're using his SoCs for our own ADAS stack, and I would put this in your target letter for 2026. Matthias, of course, also Robert Bosch has a share in the success of that development. Yeah. We are working on these AI-capable SoCs, and we kind of turned around the technology approach. I said this morning, fail fast, fail well is an important principle in technology development, and we realized we need to jump on the next technology S-curve. Yeah? What exactly did we do, and how did that work?
Yeah, well, maybe let me start a little bit earlier. So I know AI since my student days when networks of 50 neurons were still considered to be really hazardous. And I really like AI. And just looking into the advancements AI has made over recent years, it's clear it's inevitable to use that. So what we brought into our partnership is now our latest AI methods using foundation models, using transformer technologies and all that thing, because really our ambition here is to really get to the next level. And you know, Peter, what I really like about the partnership between a technological FI and Tier 1 and an OEM is AI can do a lot. But if you bring AI into a car is a safety critical device. And as such, and in my history, from my history, I know AI does mistakes because AI is an empirical system. And regardless how much data you use, if you do supervised learning, reinforcement learning, all that stuff, you still cannot prove that the system is 100% reliable. So I think if you go for level 2 plus driving functions, the ones we described before, that's really perfect. And we are now really at the leading edge. But the flavor in our partnership is really an OEM understand what a car needs to do, what safety requirements are in there. And to develop that together beyond level 2, that's a real big advantage of our partnership. And I think really use the latest AI methods, but still make it industry specific and make sure that the device has superior quality and superior reliability.
I think that's a really important point. I mean, I get approached a lot also on trade shows like this by startups that said, oh, we built up something autonomous. Look, it's driving already. And when we're then talking, what about safety? What about security? Are we able to homologate it? Would you sign that the customer is really safe? That's a different story. And this is how we are very systematically building up the technology we are creating, because in the end, it will be the brand promise of an Audi, for example, that stands behind it, Geoffrey. So for many customers, AI is a bit abstract. Sometimes it's even intimidating or it's intransparent. How do we bring them emotionally closer to the car? How do we elevate this as part of the brand experience? How do we create a seamless experience that they love their AI functionality in the ADAS stack?
I think we have to start with measuring the power of AI and listening to those experts of the industry about AI. It's like the horsepower of a car from what we used to do. So we see more and more, let's say, manufacturers and ourselves now pushing and advertising the fact that, yeah, my car has not only 1,000 horsepower, it also has 1,000 tops or 2,000 tops soon, something like that. So it's also, let's say, betting on the power of this incredible calculation power. That's the first point. Once you have done that, as you said, I mean, it's a car. So it's a safety-regulated environment. We don't want to do anything that is not creating trust. So once you have that embedded, then you say, okay, technically, do I trust my system first, from a technical point of view, before releasing, as you said? And we're heavily and intensively working with you guys how to make sure that we have a system that is redundant, explainable on each and every parts of the what we call sensing, planning, acting. So all the value chain of what we mean by ADAS and automated driving, how we make sure that we understand and it's safe. This is a technical approach. It's not, as you said, the one that we want in the end from a customer. Then we're creating trust. How to create trust? First, to make sure that it behaves like it should behave. So there should not be words. So it's super difficult to say, I want to write thousands of requirements, because that's not the point. The point is, I want to drive, and we drive intensively with you guys how to mimic the human behavior, which is the end-to-end reinforcement learning that we're using now in order to push the boundaries. So you start then feeling confident. So then you, as a driver, non-driver, then you start to do something else. On level 3, you can work, you can relax, watch a movie, you can do things like that. But you won't, at every time, at least this is the experience, when you start having confidence, you still want, if something happens, you want your machine to explain to you what happened. Why didn't you stop? Or why did you not accelerate or change lanes? And then the system should instantly explain to you, well, because I saw a red truck just behind me driving at 140 km/h, and it's not the right moment for me to change lanes. this is creating trust by this, let's say, thinking and interaction transparency that the machine with AI can adopt, essentially through voice, but this is part of the system that we want to push forward. This is part of the first trust boundaries. And once you have created that, then we can start really creating the creating experience, which is not something related to a car, but which is where you guys, I mean, you are robotics, Horizon Robotics. That means this is the research field that is being developed all over the sectors. I mean, as you said also, Cristiano, it's not something that is car related. It's human-machine interface. How do I create trust? And how do I feel the 7 layers of understanding? I know that you know that I know that I know, etc. And this is something that we need now to develop. All research, and Audi and Volkswagen Group who are really pushing the boundaries from a car experience to make that happen.
So you're saying it's not just the car that's driving, but the passengers are much more interacting with the ADAS system.
Yeah.
Is that technologically possible?
Yeah, it is possible.
Do we see it in China already?
For sure.
Oh, Geoffrey, yeah. Yes. Everybody confirms what you're saying.
We're doing that.
We just need to develop it, right? Yeah. So there is a lot of alignment, which is always easy for a group CEO if everybody's aligned. Fine, you have an easy job. But the question is there really a single playbook for ADAS? Or do we need different playbooks for different world regions, probably for different vehicle segments? What's the guidance you're giving on this as a global CEO for a tech group?
Yeah, Volkswagen Group is a global player, and we have 13 brands, strong brands, and we have around 9 million new customers every year. That's huge. And being a global player, I can tell you I'm very proud having so strong global partners on board as you from America, from China, from Germany, and also to mention our partner Mobileye from Israel. And our leading goal is...
Geoffrey is from France, by the way.
Yeah, but Geoffrey is in-house.
Are you in-house? German.
Yeah, but how we are sitting here, no? That's so international. And so, but our leading goal is to excite our customers. And how to excite our customers is first hitting their expectations. And our world has changed, and it's no more obvious to deliver one standard all over the world. The expectations in the different regions of the world is different. And therefore, for us, it was important to choose the right partner for the right product in the right region. Yeah, and when you come from the customers, we have also a world which is regulated. Yeah, and therefore we need the experts in the regions who know to play the regulation. If not, we are losing in complexity. Yeah, it's another aspect. And as a global player, we think global, but we act and win locally. And therefore, we need the speed and the innovation, and to hit especially the conditions we do have in the different regions of the world, and to make a system ready. It's easier to do it in the regions with the knowledge, experience of the region, the context we do have, the close contact to the customers, and then also the loops we are doing there being quickly. And therefore, we decided a very clear strategy where to go in this terms of autonomous driving, but for the single projects and approaches to work with different partners, but all of them playing in the world class. That is for us the main criteria, and then acting and thinking globally.
So you said it, you're all playing in Champions League, and we discussed it a couple of times. We don't need to score every goal, but we're playing to win. Yeah? We're playing to win. And this is also the foundation for the last question round. I was thinking I will ask you a question that I'm interested in myself. Yeah? And the question is, look at 2030. Yeah? Every car on the road will have some ADAS system in it. Yeah? What will truly differentiate the leaders? Yeah? So what do you need to do to lead? What is the differentiating factor of those who will lead that market? Maybe Matthias, we start with you, and then we go around and end with you.
Well, it's a very smooth function, available day and night in every region of the world. Customer is really satisfied. Second is that you as OEM can choose the most suitable and cost-effective sensor set and compute power you need. And last is we go beyond to level 3 and level 4, and we have found solutions for that one.
So, Geoffrey, what will differentiate leaders? Is it metrics? Is it safety? Is it functionality, updatability, cost advantage, or all of the above?
I would say, of course, all of it. To create the experience and to make that happen, we have, as an OEM, to make sure that we control all the points. And this is something where, I mean, Christian, you mentioned the multi-sensorial aspects of the car, how we design that with all the multi-agents. And this is something, as an OEM, where you want to make sure that you differentiate a good experience by understanding the orchestration of all those very complex stuff. So not only the hardware, but also the software powered by AI.
Kai, what do you think? For China, but also, I mean, you are becoming a more and more global company, also from a global perspective.
Yeah, I think, first of all, open collaboration. To build the open ecosystem partnership is always healthy for innovation. So, for example, I can share, I mean, of course, we have amazing collaboration with Volkswagen. We also have amazing collaboration with Bosch. And recently, we worked together on a big project from a Japanese car maker for their market, in Indian market. So this is an amazing story. A China tech company worked with a German, automotive gigantic supplier for a Japanese OEM and then for Indian market. So I think that's the world we should embrace. That's the future we should create. So open collaboration is just healthy and benefiting every ordinary people. In the end, I hope so the technology, like the best autonomous driving technology, is not just for premium cars. I think it should benefit in every ordinary people, every corner of the world. That's our dream.
But is it then maybe a different success factor for every market and every sector? Because in Europe, it's more like compliance with regulation.
Yes.
In China, it's features. In India, it's cost.
Yes. Actually, that's exactly why you guys should play in China. Because China is the perfect playground. I think the Chinese consumers, they are more kind of forward-looking, risk-taking. So they are embracing new product, new technology. Remember, in the mobile business, I think Qualcomm probably a big chunk of your business in China. Because the consumers just, so open to embrace the digitalization, the digital experience, all the kind of like AI product. So I think China right now probably, let's say, like the safety-driven ADAS is phasing out in China. The single camera solution is quite standard here, but in China, no longer, any car adopting that technology. People are actually all looking to, the higher end, like urban autonomous driving, no longer like highway autonomous driving. So I think come to play in China. So here you can build your technology, get it very mature, and eventually, I believe this is not just the trend in China. It's going to be mega trend in global, because as a human being, we share something in common. We are all lazy, And if there's something amazing, driving from A to B, perfect way, I think everyone will love that.
I think what you're saying is really true. We can learn a lot in China. I think Ralf Brandstetter, your board colleague, once said it, because Volkswagen Group is the only OEM who has not only production in China, but also full vehicle development, software development, ADAS development. Yes. He said it's like the best gym, and Volkswagen Group has the gold membership to it, and we can go there and train. Yeah? That's what we're doing. So
that's an analogy actually invented by Oli.
and Cristiano, what will differentiate the leaders from the laggards in 2030? Of course, you will say a Qualcomm SoC, but apart from that, what will differentiate leaders from laggards?
Look, often in questions like this, I think we talk a lot about technology and different aspects, I think, of the hardware and software. I'm going to answer this question a little bit different. And I think when you think about the ADAS and what's going to differentiate the companies that are going to deploy it successfully, deploy it across all their vehicles, and will be successful, are different things. We're going to have to do a lot of the work on the technology behind the scenes. But actually, it's a simple way to, the answer to this question is very simple. There are three. There are three points, and they're all equally important. You cannot prioritize one versus the other. The first is trust, I think, as Bosch said. Think about the transition of the industry to drive-by-wire. There was never a question, are you going to trust the steering wheel or are you going to trust the brake? Of course you have to trust the brakes and the steering wheel. It will be not acceptable if that wasn't the case, even though it was drive-by-wire. So the customers are going to have to develop this trust with the system, because it's going to be no different than trusting a steering wheel will brake. Trust is the first one. The second one is consumer experience. And I have an easy way to describe that to you. Humans today, consumers of your cars, they understand today two scenarios. I am driving or somebody else is driving. If you call a cab, if you call an Uber, if you have a driver, that person is driving, you're not driving, or you're driving. Assisted driving is somewhere in the middle. We're both driving. So then you have to build the perfect customer experience that the customer will appreciate this new experience the machine is driving with you. And I think that's why customer experience is incredibly important and differentiating. And then the obvious one is safety. Otherwise, there's no purpose in doing this. So those three things is going to really define, I think, the winners and losers when you think about this future of this technology in the cars.
So I think this is, we've now heard the recipe for victory, Olli. Yeah? What's your take out of that? How will winners look like in 2030? How will we win the Champions League?
Yeah, bringing all your comments together. And you know, our ambition is by 2030 to be the automotive tech driver. And therefore, this play a big role. And I'm very confident together with you to deliver. But to be the automotive tech driver, this is not a goal by itself. It's everything about to excite our customers. And so my principal goal for 2030 is very simple, but very challenging at the same time, to have the most excited customers around the world, over all cultures, and in all regions, over all segments.
So I think making customers happy, exciting customers is a great mission for a global tech driver. I think we all can be very proud to be part of that mission. And it's not just a mission, it's a movement that we've already started. Yeah, we're working on it every day. That's the purpose why we're going to work every day. Very much looking forward to be on that journey together with you and of many with you in the room. Thank you for listening and enjoy the next panels. I think the next is on infotainment. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for coming back. The cockpit has become the front line of brand identity and a battleground with the big tech. As we see more app ecosystems, AI voice, and personalized lighting, there are also questions about the risks of data, stewardship, and distraction. We'll discuss where OEMs should draw the line between control and collaboration. Please join me in welcoming Sajjad Khan, Executive Board Member for Car IT at Porsche, Kati Najipur-Smith, Regional Co-Managing Partner of the CEO and Board of Directors practice in Europe and Africa at Heidrick & Struggles, and Nakul Dugal, Group General Manager of Automotive and Industrial and Embedded IoT at Qualcomm. Please come to stage. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Another one of my quick reminders. Please keep those questions coming on the digital, for the digital audience. I'll try to weave them in. Okay, the cockpit. Let's start off then. Sajjad, maybe let's start with you. So the AI and other digital technologies are completely reshaping, it's reshaping everything, but it's reshaping the cockpit as well. And the experience that drivers have inside their cars. What does the future of the cockpit look like with these new technologies?
I mean, if you really look at that thing, of course, the AI is impacting the things from not only on the car side, but from also on the cloud, for the user experience, for the end customer, but also on the process side as well. So you see on the car side that, okay, more and more what we see over here also is that you have the driving assistance. It is coming in such a natural way that the driver feel also assisted while driving, all those kind of things. Plus, on the back also, a lot of things is happening between the driving assistance and how the car is telling, okay, now, dear driver, you have to take over the vehicle, and now I'm in charge or you're in charge. On the interaction perspective, with the speech getting more and more conversational, you have a very natural feeling in that one. And of course, connecting that thing with the cloud, it's also going from the perspective that, okay, it has more intelligence, that today when you are doing something and you are taking some actions and all that, and the tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, when you're coming to the vehicle, it has built up some kind of a memory, and with that memory, it could do something which just excites you. So it's a process, it's a product from everywhere, and of course, it's also the car and the cloud.
Right. I mean, Nicole, following up on this, I mean, can we talk about the underlying technologies as well that are enabling these changes in the cockpit that Sajjad just described?
Yeah, thank you for having me. To build upon what Sajjad just mentioned, you know, the car as a platform is ideal for what we call physical AI. Because if you think about most AI applications, if you think about your phone, AI is mostly presented to you in terms of what you used to do a certain way. AI is now kind of the interface to you. But the car is a very physical product. It senses, it is relevant to all of us in many different ways. It has to be meaningful to the environment that it's deployed in. If you start to think about driver assistance and automated driving, it's all about you being able to sense the world and drive through that world with AI. If you think about the cabin, if you think about what we actually consume as passengers, as drivers, we are now at a point where AI is advancing so quickly that there will not be a difference between what is outside the vehicle and what is inside the vehicle. The car is already becoming a smart living space. So if you think about what the experience is inside a vehicle, it's a smart living space, it's your office, it's where you can take a phone call, where you can be entertained, spend time with your family. If you think about the advances that are happening in AI with vision, language, action models, the environment outside being brought in, this is moving very quickly. When we started to think about the cockpit experience in 2025, we planned to put a lot of AI hardware in all of our chips because we didn't know what it was going to look like, but we knew it was not going to be like the platforms of the past. And you know, we work with every automaker. We are honored to work with Porsche and with Volkswagen Group. I think the rate of change is going to hasten very quickly. It's going to be a different experience in the next 2 to 3 years.
That sounds like the car itself is completely going to change beyond the cockpit. We'll talk more about it. But Kati, I mean, we're talking about these partnerships between Qualcomm and Porsche and Volkswagen, but also many other partnerships between car companies as well as tech groups and suppliers to enable these new experiences in the cockpit. Would you say, though, I mean, from your perspective, one of the big challenges is to overcome organizational barriers, what we call silos, to ensure that people from different fields can work together to bring in these new technologies into the cockpit and other parts of the car?
Thank you for your question. When I look on my left-hand side, these wonderful pioneers, you can create the best technology you want, but I think we have to mind that you have to take people with you.
Yes.
And just imagine, within the organizations, we see that with many, many companies, but I'm sure in your companies, wherever you are, you notice that there's always this ask and call for action, for teamwork, for working between regions, across functions, with divisions. And even within companies, that seems to be sometimes not optimum. Just imagine when you work in an ecosystem, when you're working across companies, people with different, basically different technologies or different skills, we have to make sure that our people, both sides specifically, when I think about the automotive industry, that is large companies that really come from, they were always innovative. They did a lot of things, new things. But I think we're in an era where we're going from internet revolution to AI revolution. We have to make sure that people understand it. What it takes is honestly the tone from the top, that working through ecosystems is a must. There was a study that we did a couple of years ago where we asked, like, what are the top business priorities that you have to make sure that your company is prosperous in the next years? And 79% of the leaders basically made sure that it really working in ecosystems, but successfully, is a big thing. It requires, honestly, an open mind and curiosity, right? And openness to learn.
Right,
you know, we have to learn from each other because there are skills that we don't have. That's why there are capabilities that we don't have. That's why we build alliances, we work in ecosystems. It is not a given thing. I see that specifically, a lot of top managers, of course, they're sometimes far ahead of their organization.
Right.
How do you make sure that that lands at the working level? Because they're the ones who are going to be doing the work, right?
So, Judd, I mean, how does it work within Porsche and also the Volkswagen Group as well? I mean, we talked in an earlier panel about when it comes to the AI revolution, there's always the potential, but also the fear of what AI change, you know, what the changes are going to be. Do you feel that challenge on a day-to-day basis as well?
Right. I mean, I think it's with every technology. Whenever the new technology is coming, then okay, you always have both sides of the coin. That okay, some of the people or most of the people may feel okay, there is an opportunity in there, and then there will be a part of the people who will think, oh, what does it mean for me? And as like kind of a thinking, okay, I don't know what does it mean for me. It brings the fear and all those kind of things. But I think as the Kati mentioned before, it's a very much leadership game. Human in the loop will play a role no matter what and in whatever shape and form, even in the world of AI. And now the question would be, okay, how the human in the loop going to play the role? It goes, of course, whatever is being provided from the compute side as a technology, AI modules, either as LLM or SLMs as a modules and all that, but the people have to coordinate all that things. Leadership also has to make sure at every level, leadership not on the top, but from a team level to everyone, how to deploy those agents in such a way that you can make as a cumulative, a product which the customer is ready to open their pockets and say, I pay euros or dollars for that because I feel I'm getting a benefit on all those things. So it's a combination of, from my perspective, of course, the technology is developing fast. It will grow, and we will use more and more. But it's also the human in the loop in different roles, which has to be taken as a benefit because they will be the ones who will be bringing change. And if they will bring the change accordingly as a leader, then there will be no fear in the organization. So you have to take both things together, people as well as the technology on that one.
I see.
So.
I'm going to bring the discussion back to the cockpit again and start to ask straight the second question, Sajad. But I mean, we've talked about the relationship between Porsche and the Qualcomm, the partnership that you guys have. But then there's also other technology players, obviously, in this space, such as Apple and Google, who are trying to have a bigger role in the cockpits. How do you, I mean, it's a fine balance between these collaboration, but how do you ensure that car maker retains the control over data, the brand identity as well within the cockpit, while also, you know, working with these technology partners to bring in, obviously, the best technology to consumers?
Right. I mean, this is a very very excellent question because there is a kind of a perception out there as if one or the other one would be going into competition with each other, that okay, trying to get better and all that. And I always have been using all along in my whole career a word C&C, and that means collaborate and compete. So there is no car from our side which is not offering, for example, the CarPlay. We are also offering Android Auto and all those kind of things. So we do offer, next to our own systems over there, we do offer a convenience to the customers that okay, if they bring their mobile phones in the vehicle, which may also be using the similar kind of technologies which are developed by the companies like Qualcomm, and then they can also integrate their phone and everything via either CarPlay or Android Auto and all those kind of things. But then there are some other kind of areas where you see, no, this is a body software, and we have to make sure that okay, everything is working from the safety perspective and everything. And it is also not available in the consumer electronic industry, and so there is no competition on that one. Energy software, which we are doing, for example, anything on the BMC, battery control module and all those kind of things. It is also not coming from either from the Android Auto or in the CarPlay and all those kind of things. We are trying to do that thing also in the vehicle and all that kind of things. Then you go in the advanced driver assistance, all kind of buzzwords of L2+, L2++, fully autonomous, L3 and L4. But if you look at the core, and the core is you have different sensors, just like the humans have. All the sensors are giving their input to the main compute, where you have a very, very intelligent SoC running. And this SoC is taking the decisions either to accelerate or apply the brake and all those kind of things. And that one is also not coming from those kind of companies. So it means there is a true balance in the benefit of the customer. Because what we try in our engineering organization is, again and again, we all try to keep customer in the middle and then develop the product around it. That had been until now paid very well for all of us. And this is where we are trying to develop our engineering organization.
So just one quick follow-up. You were talking about the CarPlay as well. Is Porsche open to CarPlay Ultra as well? Or?
Let's see.
Okay. All right. Nicole, I mean, Qualcomm...
Life is long, so we have a couple of things in the pipeline. So, yeah.
Okay. Nicole, I mean, Qualcomm obviously works with almost every OEM in this industry, has an amazing collaboration with all the car makers. Do you see, I mean, you've managed this balance very well. The Sujat has been talking about. But do you see any potential source of tension between the different sectors, I guess, of the collaborations?
I think if you plan for a win-win outcome, it really comes down to what is your contribution in the conversation to help your customer win. And as a technology company, we look for, especially when there is so much of technology disruption, we have to look for where is the innovation going to come from. And I was talking to Sajad earlier. We don't really have any judgment on where the innovation comes from. If you think about how much has changed in the last 5 years in automotive, nobody could have imagined that this is what the state of the industry would be. So our approach is we need to be able to figure out a way to build open platforms, allow ecosystems to thrive on our platforms. And in some cases, if there is conflict, we deal with the conflict because we are not here to pick winners and losers. We're just here to help the industry innovate as quickly as possible. And while in a snapshot of time, people might feel that we may prefer one versus the other, I think the outcome is you build platforms that everybody's developing on to advance, to bring value to customers. Today, we work with, I would say, pretty much every single automaker across most of our technologies. And it's also a position of great responsibility. Because you are working across fragmented platforms, different ecosystems, different vintages of architectures. But the goal, especially when you have big changes like AI happening, is it coalesces everybody towards, if this is where the technology is headed, how do we get there as quickly as possible? And so that allows us to be able to keep maintaining this North Star. We said, this is how we see the industry. We bring the entire ecosystem together. If everybody finds a path to get there together quickly, we help guide that. And so that, I think, is something that has worked out really well. It hasn't happened overnight. It's taken a decade or so.
Yes.
But we've been pretty consistent with that strategy.
I say, Kati, I mean, can I ask again, this is also a cultural shift as well. I mean, the automotive industry has been used to doing everything in-house on their own. Now they have to work with, Qualcomm or any other partners outside of their sector. I mean, that's also something that you need to work on in terms of convincing the organization, people to actually embrace that change.
Yes, absolutely. I think not only because of ecosystems in general, I think that is the way to go. right? We call it the connected leader. The topic of connected leader, it starts with really coming from the customer. So both my dear fellow speakers here said that already, starting with the customer, but don't forget your shareholders, of course. It all has to pay for it. But don't forget the rest, which is your organization and your people. I think we have to be really mindful of that, having the foresight of where is the journey going. You have to be very far, and you have to kind of, obviously there's a lot of trends. You can't jump on every trend. It's pretty much of an art to see almost where things are going to go. And where do you put your bets on? But then orchestrating ecosystems is one of the key things. And orchestration of ecosystem requires clarity, fairness, transparency, governance, all of that. But honestly, guys, it's about people. If these two people trust each other and they work well with each other, you can put everything in a paper and a contract. If that doesn't work, things are going to be... And people look up. They see how they behave, right? And I think it's a long journey to take the organization and the people to understand the concept of connectivity as leadership quality. That's why I think we don't have that much time. It's a long thing. We've got to get started. So you accelerate it by bringing in partners. We need to accelerate. We don't have that much time. If you ask these guys, they're going to say the next 18 months are going to be really, really key. Is that right?
That's right. I mean, as Kati mentioned, I mean, we were talking before also backstage, okay, on the same topic, and we were saying, okay, what does it mean, all that? As Nakul also mentioned, Nakul is providing this thing to lots of different car OEMs. So do other ingredients also, which make the good product, whether it's a cloud service or it's another kind of a software or another kind of a part which we need. So we are the best cooks at the OEMs who are trying to bring the best ingredients together to bring it in front of our customers in such a way that they appreciate our work and they are ready to open the pocket. So as Kati mentioned, that there is a shareholder value is also in there, because then all it comes together. But all in all, I mean, it's a kind of a human relationships with each other, that how we are talking to all our partner companies in such a way. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, Dick Lohide was also here. We were talking about our partner companies, that okay, how they are working together on that one. Oli in the morning also mentioned about, okay, what kind of a companies do we need in going forward together with the advanced driver systems and all that? So if we show the leadership at every level of constructive working together, then we can create something which will help us as an industry also, because there had been a kind of a coming back mood over here at the IAA for all of us, that especially from the European side. So that, okay, that how can we come forward on that one, then we can do that. But as Akati mentioned, the time is, you could take word by word, but it's like between 12 and 24 months, 30 months, but that's the time we have. So, I mean, if all the leaders are sitting over here, that's the time is being given, because there is something else is happening around our industry. And that was your first question, where you ask about, okay, what is the implication of the AI as a technology, AI as an agent? So what we were able to do until just only 6 or 8 months ago in 100 hours, now we can do that in 2 hours by deploying that technology. And I mean, it's a huge difference between 100 and 2. And if some people who will deploy, who will use that technology, either on the ingredient level or on the final product level, they will be successful. And if I'm not too much superlative, super successful. And those who won't, they won't have the time to catch up, because the other ones will be far ahead. So that's like, it's a core of the core. As Kati mentioned, I still believe it's a human which will still play the role while putting the technological puzzles together.
Right. I mean, the speed of the changes, as you say, has been extraordinary. But I'm also quite interested in, we talked about the people, but let's talk about the customer side as well. So the consumer tastes what they want for the cockpit and the dashboard experience. It's very different across China, Europe, and the US as well. Nicole, I mean, is that a challenge in terms of the technology development? And also, I mean, I guess there's also regulatory differences as well in ensuring data security.
So the approach that we took with the cockpit was, so our history is smartphones. We are one of the largest smartphone silicon providers for many, many years. So when folks think of us, they think of, Android is an ecosystem. So when you think about a phone inside a car, the phone should just take over the display because you are essentially spending time in the car and you should essentially have the same experience. Our approach was actually exactly the opposite. The approach was the cockpit is brand real estate for the automaker. This is where the automaker gets to build a relationship with their customer, with the driver, with the family, with whoever it is that is owning the vehicle, because that is a very special relationship. How do we make sure that that becomes the center of the conversation that we have with the automaker? And we made this decision over 10 years ago. If you fast forward and if you look at all of the smart cabin experiences that you start to see, in China, big screen and all of that, it's really about making the car a living space that is another product, that's another asset that you own, that you spend a lot of time on. Personal time, family time, business time. But it isn't an experience that is simply projecting another product that you have in your pocket. So to do that, we had to actually take an approach where we had to coexist with ecosystems that were important, but we had to get those ecosystems to accept that the car is a different platform than the phone. And so, our relationship with Google, for example, goes back a long way, and I have a very close partnership with my colleagues at Google, and we jointly accept that the car is actually a very different platform. We designed the platform to be inherently safe because the cockpit isn't a consumer device. The cockpit is a cockpit where you have safety information, you have entertainment information, you have information for infotainment. And this partnership that we build with folks like Sajjad is to understand what must you have that is non-negotiable, that needs to go into the technology platform. And those are universal truths. Those don't change between one market and the other. So when you separate the foundation that you have to build, that every automaker will accept, then you create this approach where the foundational technology that you have to have is the same. And then the ecosystems are obviously very region specific. So this is something that, as a company that deals with many ecosystems, deals with many verticals, and obviously we understand how to build core technology products. This allowed us to be able to build something that every automaker will universally say, yes, I want to build my differentiation on this platform. Does it give me things that are non-negotiable? Yes. Does it give me the flexibility to bring new ecosystems? Yes. That's kind of where it starts.
I see. I mean, you say the foundational technology is actually the same across regions. Sajjad, I mean, when it comes to actually developing a cockpit, though, you do have to take into account just different consumer tastes across the different regions. So how do you tailor these AI technologies to actually adapt to these differences? But also, I mean, I'm curious to know, I mean, I did say the trends are very different, but we're also seeing maybe some of these trends in China come to Europe as well, if we look at the dashboard. So are these tastes converging as well? Sorry, I put in two very big questions into a single one, but whichever you want to answer.
I mean, what makes us as human very beautiful, and as the kids of God, I mean, it's like we are all unique and different. That means our customers in different regions, they also are different. They look at the things differently, they drive the things differently and all that. And as I said before also, they are the ones who pays us, so it means we have to fulfill their requirements. To fulfill their requirements, of course, whatever is what they can see, feel, and hear, we try to adapt as good as we can, interpret their requirements. We try to adapt for different markets. And that's why the UI layer of the inside, like cockpit and all that, we try to do it for China. It's differently for South Korea, for the Europe and North America.
Yes.
So we do at best in adopting the whole cockpit on that thing from different kind of a perspective, from a speech, from touch and colors, scheme, and all those kind of things. Even now, you will be surprised that I was yesterday driving one of the software stack of a company, and the software stack was developed in China.
Right.
And I was driving it in Munich. And I had 2 other colleagues also sitting in my car, and the car was driving. And then we were saying, we don't do that way in Germany. You don't nudge that way. You don't do this way. You don't do.
Yeah.
And there also you say it's not only the cockpit experience, which differs in different regions and all that. It's lots of other things also in the vehicle. So even up to the driving behavior, which is different, because, and that we have to adapt for different regions. But at the back, we also have to be humble enough to make sure that the core technologies are same, so that we can keep the speed appropriately.
I see.
Because if you're developing for every market absolutely different solution, you can do that. But then it takes a lot of energy. Then you're spreading yourself too wide. You don't get the full speed on the whole thing. Business side is also one of the part over there. And then you create the unique products like Porsche 911, which has been there in the market. You create emotional products, and the people still say, I would like to own one.
I see. What do you feel about, the second part? You did answer it in many ways, but is there both a differentiation in the consumer taste, but also a conversion? As in, we're seeing very similar products, even though they are different, we are still starting to see some very big similarities in the various products across China and Europe, especially as I was looking at the IAA and the cockpit. Do you think the tastes are starting to converge, or?
The taste would remain adaptable to the different markets and the region and the people, the way they are. But again, it's a surface on the top.
Right.
But the technology is down there.
I see.
They will converge, and they are also converging. But of course, in the world we are living in, on one side, if the AI as a technology is influencing us, we are also living in a new geopolitical world. And on that geopolitical side, though we are talking here the leadership as well as the technology, the geopolitical thing is a third variable which is influencing what kind of a tech you want to produce and what kind of a tech you can take from one region to another, and which you also cannot take from one region. So this also has to be taken into account while designing those kind of a thing, because we see that this is also the important variable now in the years to come, which we as engineers, as technology people, as leaders have to keep in the back of our mind.
Right. It's a good point on the geopolitical side. Katya, I'd love to ask about this. Sorry. The geopolitical complexity adds to all of the challenges that we've been talking about already. How do you deal with this in terms of the people's management when there's another layer of these geopolitical, difficulties?
I would say as a leader, it starts with you, with me. So I can't ask others to change and do things if I don't work on myself.
Right.
And I think the people that are most reflective, humble, and curious. And remember, at least I've been in Germany for some time, 30 years almost. The automotive industry here created desire. They created desire.
Yes.
I think if we say, how do we, through technology and staying true to your DNA, beautiful cars and so on, how do we create desire, and how do we maneuver these complexities of geopolitics, technology advancements, orchestrating if you master the ecosystem, orchestrating the ecosystem, and creating a culture where people are not afraid to really go for it, be bold. You don't have to be perfect. If you remember Toyota Business Systems, it was zero failure. Just imagine, times have changed.
Right.
You cannot live like that anymore. You can't experiment. But you have to give people this permission and create what everybody talks about, psychological safety. It's really to say, look, we will try things, and if we try 50 things and 3 things are great, it works. So managing this all of these aspects, it really starts with yourself having a clarity of where we are, where we need to go, how do we create desire for the customers, listening to what really would work, and who do I partner with, and how do we make it work? I think that it's a big job.
Yes.
Being a leader nowadays, honestly,
yes, it's a huge challenge.
Tough.
I think one thing I want to build on what Hari said was the curiosity and the ability to take risks is actually a good example of our journey. Right? We've been a smartphone company. We are now an automotive company and a smartphone company.
Yes.
And we decided that this was a market that was actually very interesting to us in terms of how we could make a big impact to what this platform can do. And the deeper we dug, the more we understood it, the more it became clear that what we were building for the phone wouldn't be good enough. We had to take more risks. You know, we've been taking more and more risks, and we've actually become an automotive company. And so you kind of have to have that innate DNA to want to be interested in doing this. And that's what kind of separates the ones that are following versus the ones that drive.
Right. We're running out of time, so I'd like to take some of the digital Q&A as well. We have one question. How do we balance rapid cockpit innovation, through AI, virtual engineering, personalized dashboards, with the need for long-term software sustainability and regulatory compliance in Europe?
Yeah, you got to do it. It's not an easy problem. I mean, the more software you write for the car, and the car is a safety product, it has to be secure. It has to support all of the regulatory requirements. None of those are getting relaxed. What it means is the automotive industry has to just become much more sophisticated with software, and that is the new product. And it's not going to happen overnight, but I feel like, in the last 5 years, things have just improved so much more. People understand it. They are hiring different type of talent. They are understanding. They are planning for it. The rest of the ecosystem is planning for it. I mean, we support our customers for software for 10 plus years. The rest of the ecosystem is doing it. So I kind of feel like when you go through some transition that you haven't gone through before, you just have to accept that this is a one-way door. You have to get to the other side. And you prepare for it.
Right. Sajjad, do you want to?
I mean, as Nakul also mentioned, I mean, one thing is the base of the base is clear. We have to comply with all the different rules and regulations in different markets. We also see that some of the markets are also improving and learning as per the new rules and regulations. Every 6 or 8 months, some new laws are coming in the different countries. And we are like complying with all of them. It's a given. It's a base of like working in one or the other market. We are on the over-the-air technologies and those kind of things. We are making sure that we have enough ingredient built in our products that we could also comply with the things easily, so that our customers, our dealers, and all those kind of different ingredients which are there out in the market, that they can deploy those technology easily, and it's available to our customers also. So we are speed of technology is coming more and more from the new like Gen AI and all that. The different kind of a law and everything, especially in Europe, we see that also in China as well. That it's also developing because of the data protection, what kind of a personal data, vehicle data, and all those kind of things. I think they are developing over time. So, but as I said before, it has to be like with the technology embedded in there to comply in a way that we don't have to call the cars back again and again into our dealerships to update that. So we are following that thing very closely, but it will change a lot, especially in the next 2 years, because it's still lots of things on the law perspective are also not 100% clear. That's why the lawmakers are also trying to see, okay, what is the best for the end customer at the end.
Right, I see. I mean, we have one more along a similar lines, but a little bit on a different take, and it's actually addressed to you again, Sajjad. So it says, Sajjad, what strikes me is the polarity between breakthrough and adoption. Reactive leaders chase disruption for its own sake, but creative leaders focus on integration, translating complexity into benefits people can trust and use daily. My question would be, how do you align rapid tech advances with the slower rhythms of customer confidence?
Yeah. I mean, it's like in our sandbox where we are trying to create the product. In our best of the best knowledge as a team, we are trying to think about not what's required tomorrow. We are thinking about what's required day after tomorrow. We do our best, we work hard, we make sure we meet the customer requirements. In one or the other cases, in most of the cases, we achieve that. We feel super happy. And in one or the other case, when we don't, we stand up and we work super hard. But it's still about conceiving what is required day after tomorrow, thinking about it. It's a challenge in itself.
Yes.
I would not underestimate. In that case, one would say you require intuition, and intuition would bring everything on the road. But I put 2 layers before intuition on that one. And the 2 layers, in my eyes, goes like that. One has to have the domain knowledge, what kind of a technology we are talking. Then you have to have built enough experience. Then you can say, okay, what do I do with that one? And after the experience, you have the intuition where you can make the right judgment call. So that's why this, as we say in German, Bauchgefühl or stomach feeling kind of a thing, that doesn't help if you are missing the first 2 layers, which is the knowledge and the experience. And that intuition enables us to think and conceive for the products which will come day after tomorrow.
I say, Kati, I mean, there was a leadership question there, not question, but there was a part there, so I was wondering if you wanted to pitch in as well.
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting about the reactive leaders and the creative leaders.
I didn't hear you.
Did you see the reactive leaders that chase disruption for its own sake, but creative leaders focus on integration, translating complexity?
Yes. That's a little bit what I was talking about, having a foresight. You got to be connected with the customer. But I like what Sajjad said, yes, but create the desire. You know, it's like the day after tomorrow. What is coming? What do I hear from my partners, right? And that's where I think that's where creativity comes from. I think we have an opportunity here. It's amazing. I mean, I spent 2-3 days here. It's amazing what is out there. And I think if we bring it to the customer, we have done that all the time, all these years in the automotive industry, but I think there's still, we can do more there, right?
Yeah.
Exciting times. Okay, I think we are running out of time, so really sorry to say I think we'll end the session here. So please join me in thanking the wonderful panelists.
I would just say thanks a lot to everyone who were listening to us.
Yes.
And thank you for coming at the Volkswagen booth for all the brands over here. We are super excited at the Volkswagen Group to drive technology in different shapes and forms. We want to excite not only you, all the customers out there with our products. That's why we call ourselves the technology company. Give us the feedback and we will do our best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, that was lovely.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
So I guess we're supposed to go back.
We
yes,
can go back.
Sorry. So thank you so much again. We have the next session is on corporate incubators, catalyst or cosmetics. So while we prepare the stage and bring up our speakers, we have a short break. I think we have about 20 minutes, so please do come back for the last session as well. Thank you. Great, thank you. Corporate venture labs are increasingly seen as a way to bring startup speed into large listed companies. But which models genuinely move ideas from pilot to product, and which simply struggle to scale? In this session, we'll explore the structures, incentives, and the metrics that matter and how to strike this balance between agility and compliance. I'll be joined by Carmen Schmidt, Chief Business Officer at Volkswagen Group, Danielle Fazeldad, Senior Vice President of Digital Advertising at Deutsche Telekom, Tobias Hens, Partner at McKinsey, and unfortunately, due to illness, Dietmar Grischnik from the University of St. Gallen will not be able to join us today. But please welcome the panelists to the stage. And for this final session, I'm thrilled to be co-moderating this panel with Alexandra Straub, Executive Vice President at Cariad, in charge of partner strategy. Thank you. Please.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And sorry, my one last reminder, please do send in your questions online, and we'll do our best to include them later. Alexander, I'll leave you in your capable hands to kick off this session first.
All right. Thank you very much. So, just as a quick introduction, today we'll talk about the incubator, right, about the concept of the incubator. We'll also hear from the practical insights from different industries. We'll discuss complementary approaches to the corporate incubator, and we'll then open up for Q&A. So then I would propose let's get started.
Yes.
So the term incubator, right? It's a lot used in the industry currently, in particular as software AI are coming to all this industry vertical, disrupting existing value chains, disrupting business models. So Carmen, what does the incubator really mean?
Yeah, thanks. So an incubator can be described as an organizational unit set up by a corporate with a strategic goal to steer and to develop disruptive innovation. It has especially the task to explore new future business opportunities. And in a nutshell, it is not only a product development, it's much more. It should be the golden bridge between, on the one hand, the entrepreneurial dynamics of a company as well as the governmental structures.
All right, so then why do large companies invest in an own incubator? So what's their motivation and what do they hope to get out of it eventually? Tobias, that's a question for you.
Well, the short answer is innovation. A little bit more elaborate version of that is innovation that they could have likely not gotten to internally. So that's oftentimes things that are a bit further out in time, that are a bit further out in the capabilities that are needed, or that are a bit further out in the business model that is being pursued to a certain customer group. And with all of that, incubators for corporates, and that's the way that you asked the question, prove increasingly important as a mechanism to complement their other often more internally focused and short-term focused efforts of innovation. So that's what the corporates are looking out of it. And then, of course, the question is, how do you do that best?
Yeah, that's right. Also, the question is, what is the right time to invest in an incubator? So how can companies know when to invest and when to allocate resources to an incubator and kind of focusing on that new business models?
Well, yeah. Well, look, I don't want to replace Dietmar's academical point of view here, so let me give you some insights from my very practical point of view here. I don't know exactly how to define the sweet spot when to start, but what definitely should be assured is that your core business stands on solid feet and that your board is ready for it. And then take a look at your industry and where you're positioned, and if you find yourself in an industry where you experience the fact that the necessary required investments are increasing, the margins might be decreasing, competition might arise from areas you haven't heard before, years before, and your core product might be under the threat of becoming commoditized, then it's definitely time to start acting and thinking about beyond core and incubator businesses.
Yeah.
Short hint to the Luigi. Could we please have the 2 slides from the University of St. Gallen, although Mr. Grischnik is missing? How it will work?
If not, we'll go verbally. Fair enough.
All right.
Oh, here we go. Perfect.
Maybe to follow on, Daniel, you mentioned the core business, right? And I think, what do you think is really how to distinguish the core business from the beyond core business? So what are metrics you could use, what frameworks? So how define what's core and what's beyond core, really?
I think there's, of course, I mean, a multitude, and it depends on the industry that you're in, what exactly counts as core, what exactly counts as what we'd like to call adjacent, so that are things that are slightly out of the core, but very closely still connected to the capabilities that you have, to the assets that you have, maybe the people that you have. And there are things that are really new and beyond core that typically not only tap into a new profit pool, make your money from different sources, but also use different capabilities and put you in a position to derive your strength from being on a different control point in the industry. So, I mean, this is the ERR, so automotive obviously is core to what's happening here. So that would be the point where you can't just rely on building the best cars in the most cost-efficient way anymore, but you need to think about more ways to attract a customer to buy a product or a service from you. And then, I mean, since we're now having the double S-curve in front of us, there is always an inherent struggle between the core, which typically generates your cash flow and today, and the adjacent and especially newer things beyond the core that will not create your core revenues and your core profit and cash flow today. The question is, how do you actually distinguish those two in a way that, you know, you disentangle them to a degree that allow both to exist simultaneously? Which, just to be very clear, I mean, you will need both, especially in a transformative moment like the one that the automotive industry in Europe is in.
Yeah. So to distinguish also is because often there is different capabilities required when it comes to processes, when it comes to competences, etc. And therefore it makes sense to also distinguish between core and non-core, if I understand you right.
Yes, it's different capabilities of the different culture that you will need to innovate beyond the core, but it's also a matter of making sure that you give each of those, so the core and the things that are further out on the second S-curve, if we look at the chart in the background, the right to exist on their own and contribute to a company today and in the future in their own rights.
And perhaps to add, the question is also when is the right point of time to switch from the first F-curve to the second F-curve. We call it, you see it at the back slide, it's the innovator's dilemma. So that is a very typical problem every company has coming in the transformational situation. And I guess this is also what we have to solve. When is the right point of time to switch from the first S-curve to the second one?
Yeah, and I think for that, and now we're sort of wrapping back to the incubator, if I may, putting that into a structure outside your current core structures is becoming so important for corporates.
Yeah. So then how is this corporate incubator concept linked to the corporate strategy, Carmen?
Yeah, I think it is very closely, because corporate Inter without a close connection to the strategy doesn't make any sense. So you will have something, we call it innovation theater. You will have a lot of funny, futuristic ideas, but you won't have the value or the revenue. So in our opinion, it has to be very, very closely connected to the strategy, to the group strategy. And the interesting moment is once the corporate incubator will have positive results or first positive results in the projects, I guess there will be a backfeed to the corporate strategy, as you know, what kind of new resources, what kind of new going fields should we step into. And this, I think, is a very important connect, so never ramp up a corporate incubator without a close connection to the corporate strategy.
All right, so I think on the conceptual side, we've learned a lot of, we have a lot of input to the corporate incubator, so let's dive into the practical insights.
Thank you. I think everyone now understands the concept very well, so I'd love to ask about the practical side of this. We've been talking about the right timing of when to do this. Maybe Daniel, I'll start with you. I mean, obviously, Deutsche Telekom has been doing this for a while now, but you do have a very strong core business, but you are looking for growth opportunities outside of the core business as well. I mean, how do you convince an organization to do this while your core is still strong? I mean, how do you know that this is now the moment to do it?
Right. Well, look, I think it's the perfect moment for Deutsche Telekom to exactly explore those things you've just described. If you look at Deutsche Telekom, it's by far the leading digital telco in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
It's the most valuable telco brand in the world, and it's worldwide one of the top 5 telcos regarding revenues and reach.
Right.
So right now, that means we're acting out of strength. And I think that's a very comfortable position to start exploring possibilities beyond your core business, especially if you want to secure your future.
But what about how to incentivize though? People will be like, why do we need to do it now?
I think it's really like the board has to set the culture and the objectives which we are all aligned to achieve. So our CEO Tim Höttges publicly announced we have something. It's just called the Capital Markets Days, where our board is presenting the objectives for the next 3 to 4 years, and he publicly announced an objective with a triple-digit million euro amount, which has to be achieved beyond core businesses. So he's setting the tonality. He's setting the whole board is creating the environment to dare things and to hold people accountable and responsible for delivering on that.
I see. Tobias, I wanted to ask you a little bit more about, I guess, what's different this time. I mean, we've been talking about this incubator and also working with startups between the big companies for a very long time. But to be honest, some of them have not really produced any results. Why do you think this time is different? And you've been working with so many companies. I mean, what do you see as the recipe of success from the various, I guess, the failures that have happened in the past as well?
That's, I think, the perfect question to ask, even though it's, of course, broad. So
we can break it down.
First of all, I think what's different this time as sort of what you can see out in the market, and I very much like what you just said, that there is a goal of a triple million-digit output in revenue by a certain time frame. So I think this time it's different that many corporates go out there and actually put metrics on the success of their corporate incubators, their innovation units. But they do it differently than they would do it for the first S-curve. The first S-curve, your core business, you measure that in quarterly cash flows, what have you. For individual businesses, very granular, very detailed. What you have in terms of success for what's more the innovation beyond core units is more a portfolio of. We don't exactly know what will bring the triple-digit revenues in the case of the telecom. What we do know that something that comes from that general portfolio of ideas will. And the fact that companies are now bold enough that they put these targets on there has to do, if you ask me, and that's the answer to your question of why is it different this time, with 3 things. One being that these days there is a number of also startups out there, businesses, business innovations that do disrupt the core of how many, especially also industrial players, are making their money today. That was different last time around. If you look at pre-COVID, a lot of innovation happened in enterprise software. That helped the core. You could get more efficient by employing enterprise software tools. Great. There was innovation consumer tech. That helped you to get closer to the consumer. Great. That helped your core. Whereas right now, a lot of the innovation happening out there is really disrupting the way that you make money in your core. Hence, there's if you turn that in the positive way, a fully new way of generating impact for your company with these innovations and disruptions out there. Hence, this time it's different. There's true value to be generated in your core business, in your top line, in your revenue for your new business and new businesses to be built outside of the core. That's the first thing. Combined with, of course, there's a higher pace of innovation out there that is very, very hard to do in your internal structures oftentimes. As well as, let's not forget, money is scarce,
exactly.
just to put it out there. And setting up a corporate incubator or sort of a more broadly open innovation unit that uses the ecosystem to innovate can actually be very cost efficient versus trying to do everything internally with your own workforce. So this time, I mean, I truly believe this time is different. And I mean, if you look at investments into startups by corporates as a good proxy. Of course, incubators aren't just about investing in startups, so it's a good proxy that you can see out there. First half last year versus first half this year, we see roughly 35, I believe, % uptick in corporate deals in the startup ecosystem. So that should serve as a proxy that something is really happening out there and people start believing in this kind of innovation.
Right. I mean, it's quite similar to what I asked Daniel as well, but because you do say, I mean, this time is different, but also you point to the fact that money is limited. I mean, if you look at the car industry, you know, the companies are trying to save costs with all the, you know, the investments they need to make in the technology, the tariffs, so many cost factors now. So, I mean, it's quite a difficult sell to say, you know, you're going to be investing in incubator or these efforts, which don't necessarily generate immediate results. How do you actually, I mean, get the company's board on board with this, do you think, in this new era?
Yeah, and I believe this comes back with being very aware that there's different times of definitions of success for your core business, which of course has to deal with the tariffs and a lot of the things that you just mentioned, as well as your new businesses very much beyond the core, which for each individual businesses would have milestones in stage gates like, oh, have we built a first pilot or MVP? Have we attracted the first customers? So more process metrics, and then in a portfolio come to a revenue output metric. So I believe this has very much to do, again, with the realization that you need to have these two speeds and these two definitions of success between the core and beyond the core businesses, between the two S-curves, or whichever framework you want to employ, live in parallel to each other in its own way.
Okay. Daniel, I mean, I guess in a very idealistic world, you know, you would hope that you, with these initiatives, you find some kind of a super disruptive technology that would immediately create a new revenue or a new revenue stream for a company. But in reality, that doesn't really happen often. So how do you measure the success of these efforts?
Well, look, I mean, coming back to the first part of your question regarding does it have to be disruptive or not beyond core business? I mean, everybody wants to come up with something disruptive, but I honestly question that. I mean, it's never wrong. It's never a mistake to be disruptive if it's successful. But I don't think it's mandatory, and I don't think that this is the key asset brought to the table by huge corporate companies. You should really identify what do you have, what kind of assets do you have, and how you can activate them, and how you can formulate based on that a very unique value proposition, and then activate and leverage the assets you have and combine the dots. And then you have to have a long breath. Don't have the expectations like in the startup world or private equity world that everything has to be, bam, like a rocket within 3 years, because you live in the corporate world and you got to acknowledge this. So have stamina, have a long breath, believe in it, dare to try out new things and dare to fail. And the second part of your question was like, how do you measure success? I think different innovational approaches or incubators or R&D areas or whatever you want to name, there's always a combination of all of those things, and all of them have different objectives and different KPIs. So if you speak about my Beyond Core business, where I'm responsible for driving advertising business based on the assets Deutsche Telekom has, it's very simple, very easy to define. It's incremental revenue.
I see. Tobias, sorry. Can I ask an additional follow-up question? I mean, we were talking about how it's different this time, but I was wondering, are there any lessons that has been learned from the past attempts that is not relevant today?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so what I think we can learn from the past very much from the efforts that have failed, it's a couple of things. One being, there was an excitement pre-COVID, in all honesty, of incubators, startup collaboration arms, open innovation arms being built. They then all got shut down during COVID. Why?
Right.
Because it was a huge crisis. Everyone resorted to what they knew how to measure, which was quarterly earnings contributions. These arms didn't have any, shut down. I think what the lesson learned from that is, again, building on what we just discussed, is you need to, when you start these instruments and these vehicles of incubators, define what success looks like, and then follow through with that. And with that, I mean, having then looked at, and we did a rather extensive study trying to figure out what the metrics for success or the prerequisites for success are in these open innovation, startup collaboration, and incubator units by comparing, by asking a number of, both startups that have been collaborated with as well as corporates that have incubators, if they followed certain principles and then measured the success or the satisfaction of these corporates with their incubation and collaboration programs. And I mean, a couple of things stood out. One being the commitment of the top management and of the top talent in the organization to these incubators, actually spending significant time on that increases satisfaction by a lot, versus if they're not. Things like consciously addressing the cultural gap between sort of these newer ventures beyond the core and the organization that they are in, also one like that shows up on the top of the list if you look at the attributes that increase satisfaction. But the one that's the most important actually is the one where you ask, well, look, but what you've set up here now, was that very individualized to the situation that the corporate was in? Was that very individualized to the capabilities that an external party could bring? Or was it rather generic, that was just an incubator and everyone could do something with it? And the one thing that really drives satisfaction by the most is the answer to the question, yes, it was individualized, it made sense in exactly this direction, exactly this context. So I think beyond, yes, you need to define the measures of success early so that, if crisis hits, it doesn't get shut down, is really commit to it, really bring your A game, make sure that you deal with the cultural gaps that may occur consciously and address them, as well as figure out what it actually is that generates value for you, for your collaborators, and then ultimately, a couple of years down the road, for the company.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Yes, no, Daniel, I see you're nodding.
It's great to hear.
Did you want to add a bit more? Or okay. Alexander, I think I'll bring it back to you for your next section.
Yeah, so Daniel, you mentioned this, and Tobias, you as well. There's different approaches. There's not only the incubator, and the incubator alone is by far not sufficient to go after new businesses, to address new business opportunities, to address disruptions in the industry. So what other approaches do you see, and what's the objective of these other approaches, and how do they complement the incubator concept? So let's start maybe with the R&D, right? With the R&D innovation. So how is this different from the incubator concept?
Yes. Well, Alexander, thank you very much for that question. I think coming back to the first part, I think we all have to acknowledge that there's not a one-trick pony or a one-size-fits-all approach for managing innovations, might it be in incubators or in R&D departments. I think we have to very well understand that each of them complements each other. And if you come back to R&D, I think classically, I mean, I'm not coming from the R&D department, but it's classically an evolution-driven approach to come up something internally to move the existing core business to the next level, right? Where I'd see an incubator more as filled with the objective to find something new outside of the core business, outside of the existing company, and take it to a successful level.
Yeah. So is there concepts how we can use the external ecosystem, on innovative ideas, and how we bring those in, like open innovation or venture clienting? This is also a different approach. Carmen, maybe you want to talk about what's different from that approach compared to the incubator.
Yeah, so open innovation is also a very important innovational tool. So where open innovation means you open yourself or the company itself and take new ideas, new business models from outside into the company, and a special kind of open innovation. I think it can complement the corporate incubator, and it is important to have both in the company. But at least I can guess that the corporate incubator will set up the project, the open innovation team gets into the company. So I think open innovation is very complement to the corporate incubator, and I guess that instead of research and development, it is more different.
Yeah. So I think in particular when we talk about beyond core, right, there's often the venture capital concept brought up, right? So venture capital, most of the big corporations have a venture capital or have been, owning a venture capital firm. So they are investing in far beyond core, I would even say. So what's the difference of that concept versus the incubator?
Yeah. And I think to echo what has been said, right, all of these things, including venture capital, which potentially is a bit farther out still of these other concepts, should complement each other and have a right to exist. And if you look at, to distinguish these things a little bit, on the one hand side, where the ideas for innovation come from, is that rather internally, then that's oftentimes the case in your R&D department, or is that very externally? Someone else had a great idea, started setting it up, and now you want to participate, then the latter is where venture capital makes sense. Then you can still, of course, in venture capital, you'll invest in a portfolio of startups, you get to see what they are doing, you get access to a number of things and get to see them grow, and then potentially you will use them to help with to help you build an innovative product, innovative business for yourself. But that's by no means a must, right? Venture capital, as such, can also be played as a purely financial game where you participate in the earnings of a fund that invested in startups that returned more than has been invested. But I think, venture capital is very much on the outside of looking broad into the innovation ecosystem, whereas then if you go to the incubators and the R&D departments, it's very much sort of narrower in terms of breadth, but much, much, much deeper in terms of what you do with the ideas that are there for your own core business. Just sort of, again, R&D and incubators with a bit the distinction that while the ideas could come from inside or outside, and for incubators, oftentimes they also come from external inspiration, the way that you then execute on them, R&D, is of course inherently internal with your internal workforce. And an incubator oftentimes spins out businesses outside of the corporate, lets them grow. So while the ideas might come from the internal world or the external world, you use the outside world and the venture world out there to grow.
Yeah. So then it's basically not an either-or decision between these different approaches. The approaches really complementing each other, and eventually a portfolio of such different initiatives is probably a good way to address new business development and disruptions coming up in the industry.
100%.
And perhaps just to give you an example, like Deutsche Telekom, we don't want to discuss it right now here on the stage, Daniel, but you have both inside Telekom. Once you have this Telekom Hubraum, a classical corporate incubator, and you have with DT Capital Partners, a very successful venture capital partner as well. And we really see that both is inside of one company, and they're working very synchronously together, and especially very successful with the DT Capital Partners.
Yeah.
Each of them having different objectives, right? Some like purely focused on financial invests, and some of them are really like, getting more operational as well.
Yeah, and what you do see out there, I quoted earlier that there's a rise in investment in startups as a proxy for there's a rise in interest in these kinds of innovations beyond the core, also oftentimes with either external ideas or external manifestation and implementation of the new businesses. We do see these days many corporates looking at their portfolio of instruments of innovation. They say, look, I have a venture capital arm, a corporate venture capital arm. Of course, I have internal R&D. Something else in the middle is missing. Or they look at sort of their certain goals that they have with innovation and try to ask themselves, okay, strategically, do I have all the instruments in my portfolio of innovation ideas that are needed to succeed in this world? Because we had the question earlier about when is the right time to start a corporate incubator.
Yep.
And I want to say, I mean, when the right time, the question, look at the industry out there, the pace is rapid. We as Europe really need to think about how we can safeguard our prosperity and our sovereignty for the future. And with that, I mean, the best time was yesterday, likely. If yesterday wasn't right for you, it's today.
Yep.
All right, Kana, do you want to quickly wrap up before we open up to Q&As?
Yes. Well, Tobias, you just really mentioned it. I was actually going to try to take it out of the we were talking specifically about companies, but I do think it's an important question for Europe as a whole. You know, we are facing a lot of disruption, intense competition from new players as well. So it seems even more critical for companies to find innovation through these incubator efforts. And perhaps the stakes are much, much higher now because we are facing a big, you know, transformative moment at the, you know, in various industries. I was wondering if we can ask each of you to discuss from this perspective of a more broader European perspective.
So now you...
Tobias, do you want to go? Yeah, sorry.
No, I mean, I 100% agree, right? I mean, if you put that onto a bit more of a macroeconomic level, you look at, I mean, GDP growth in Europe, and especially in Germany, of course, isn't where we would like it to see. If you look at the difference in GDP growth between the US and Europe over the last 5 years or so, the difference can be almost exactly explained by the American portion of the Max 7 and their market capitalization. So there's a huge need for Europe to get their act together and think about who, for us, for the future, are now the high-growth companies that in 5 years' time or in 10 years' time will explain why that GDP growth gap is at zero again. And I believe with that, we won't just be able to rely on, of course, the core businesses of the successful corporates that we have these days. Yes, that will, I mean, coming back to the S-curves, that will, of course, generate our cash flow today, that will employ our people today, that will pay the taxes that help us have our infrastructure today and everything. But this transition into the future and the question of who are the mega companies and how can today's corporates participate in the growth of these mega companies of tomorrow, fuel it, incubate it, back to the term of the corporate incubator, it's going to be the critical question for Europe for the next couple of years if we want to continue to live the way that we do today.
Thank you. Daniel, I realize Deutsche Telekom is not in a similar state, but still it'd be great to get your final comments you know, on the need for these kind of efforts.
Sorry, what was the last one?
Just on the need for these kind of efforts at this current moment.
I think it's almost for every company and every industry crucial to secure the future. It just would be, I think it would not be to be recommended to ignore the possibilities of discovering businesses beyond core to secure your future.
Right.
It's mandatory.
Right.
That's my personal point of view.
No, that's perfectly legitimate. Carmen, would you like to give some final remarks as well?
Yeah, I think we're very impressed about the success of Deutsche Telekom. I would like to underline, during your last capital market days, you got a commitment from Mr. Höttges. Perhaps, Daniel, perhaps you can mention it, because I'm really impressed from that beyond core commitment. The last capital market days this year.
Yes. So, sorry, like I'm having difficulties again.
Yeah, I just said I'm so impressed about Deutsche Telekom and the commitment from Tim Höttges regarding the Beyond Core commitment. So he asked your colleagues, your Beyond Core colleagues, to get what kind of goal. I have heard about the 300 million commitment regarding Beyond Core, right?
It's like, I think until the end of 2028 exactly, the achievement should be in the triple-digit amount of revenues coming from beyond core businesses.
Yep. And you see, I think corporate incubators are getting more and more important, and Tobias has mentioned it several times, and there are a lot of more surveys in the market coming from 2024, for example, stating that corporate incubators, there is the second wave of innovation and corporate incubators, and they're becoming more and more important. And so it was a pleasure to have all you here on the panel to learn from other companies. So it was the idea about this, this panel. And thanks, Dan, and especially Tobias for your fruitful insights.
Pleasure.
Great. I'm afraid we're running out of time. We're not able to take any questions, but I'd really like to thank you, everyone. I know it's getting late in the day. Thank you for staying, and thank you for this great panel, and to my wonderful co-moderator, Alexander Schwab, as well.
Thank you for the great panel.
Schwab. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, it was a pleasure.
No, thank you. I'll just make my... Great. So this brings today's FT Live program to a close. Thank you to all of our speakers for an open and pragmatic discussion, and to our partner, Cariad, and to our global audience, both in the room and online. I know it was quite an intense program, so thank you so much for all your thoughtful questions. Just a quick reminder that the sessions will be available online, available on demand for replay on the event website. On behalf of the Financial Times, thank you for joining us at the IAA Mobility at the Volkswagen booth. Thank you so much.